Good morning. His Excellency President of Latvia, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the conference Russia's War on Children. My name is Liena Dambiņa, and I'm the head of the Children's Hospital Foundation, but today I'm representing the team of conference organizers and patrons. Russia has caused an immense suffering to all Ukrainian children, but this conference is dedicated to those who have been kidnapped by Russia. Latvia has its own painful history because during Soviet Union, approximately 60,000 people, including 15,000 children, were forcefully deported to Russia. Therefore, almost every Latvian family has their own tragic personal story. Unfortunately, Russia continues to harm the most vulnerable ones. And by this date, nearly 20,000 Ukrainian children have been deported to Russia. For the past week, Children's Hospital Foundation has hosted 19 children who have been deported. We have hosted their families and their guardians. And we have tried to provide psychological and emotional support to all of them. This is our fifth rehabilitation camp for Ukrainian children, but it is the first time we witness the tragedies that has caused to a child by deportation to Russia. These children have lost the most important thing that any child could lose: their closest ones, their dearest ones, their parents. We will continue to support every Ukrainian child, but at the meantime, we understand that the best support, the best medicine, and the best therapy for these children is the victory of Ukraine. Therefore, I kindly hope that today we are ready to protect these children and to create a world where international leaders do not shake hands with people who are directly responsible for killing and torturing children, but instead we prosecute them and hold them responsible. I truly hope that this conference brings us a little bit closer to this kind of world where children are safe and protected. Slava Ukraini! Thank you. And now it is my honor to present two inspiring leaders. And as a first one, I kindly invite on the stage His Excellency, the President of Latvia, Mr. Edgars Rinkēvičs. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Mrs. Zelenska, President Vaidevīķa-Freiberga, President Levits, Excellencies, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to welcome all of you to Riga. And first of all, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers and supporters of this conference for bringing Russia's violations against children in the spotlight, for making sure that justice is going to be served. Let us make sure that today's discussions bring us closer to Ukrainian children reuniting with their families. We are here to help Ukraine to end Russia's aggression against Ukraine's children, to halt the unlawful deportations and forcible transfers of Ukrainian children, to search for the ways how to stop these atrocities and to bring children back. These are not just words, these are firm obligations that Latvia, together with more than 60 countries, have committed under the International Coalition of Countries for the Return of Ukrainian Children. During my visit to Ukraine last November, I was struck to hear many heartbreaking stories. Today, children who managed to escape Russia will tell their painful testimonies. The world needs to hear them and help other children to return to their families and loved ones. The very existence of unlawful deportations of children proves how inhumane and barbaric the enemy is. We all must take collective action to keep looking for solutions to bring back the children. But we also must remember and remind among the most pressing issues of the political and legal agenda that the children's issue has to be high on priority list. Dear participants, it is very upsetting that almost 20,000 children from Ukraine are reported to be illegally deported to Russia and Belarus. Or, as we are hearing, they have been forcibly relocated within the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. It is very alarming that the precise number actually might be higher. Only a little over than 400 have been returned and reunited with their loved ones. Russia demonstrates no intention to cooperate with Ukraine and international organizations to grant access to data and convene investigations. The international community must continue to put pressure on Russia to bring back the children. By forcibly removing them from their homes and families, Russia violates their fundamental rights to security, family life, and a sense of belonging. It is actively erasing their Ukrainian identity, inflicting unbelievable emotional and psychological trauma. What makes it even worse, Russia proudly exhibits its actions on a global stage. This violates international humanitarian law and amounts to a war crime. Russia's actions are brutal violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention. International community needs to make every effort to condemn Russia's illegal acts and demand accountability from Russia and from its accomplice, Belarus. Issuance of the International Criminal Court arrest warrants against Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova is a right step, but also others must be held accountable. Distinguished guests, we need to be clear. As long as Russia occupies Ukrainian territories, innocent civilians will suffer. Families will be torn apart and human rights will be violated. As Nobel Peace Prize laureate Alexandra Matviichuk has said, if you want to help us, please provide Ukraine with weapons. You have to defend the law with weapons too. To end the suffering of innocent civilians, we need to support Ukraine till its victory. And Latvia will do its part. And now, concluding my official remarks, let me just say one thing. 3 days ago, I was hosting those children whom you will be hearing also here later in the Riga Castle. I understand they enjoyed Riga Castle, but they said that Live Aqua Parks is probably the best part of their journey. But they also presented me with Roman, the 8-year-old, where the writing is, I'm just one of the tens of thousands of Ukrainian children kidnapped by the Russian regime. I think we should not rest while the last Roman is back.
Thank you, Mr. Rinkevich. And now I have a great honor to welcome on the stage an inspiring leader, a leader who leads by example with her selfless and hard work, bringing international community's attention to suffering of Ukrainian children. Let's give a very welcome to our dear guest, the First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olena Zelenska. Please welcome.
Hello, dear guests. I will speak Ukrainian, so you can use your headsets to understand me. Дорогі гості, доброго дня.
Dear guests, hello. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to be here today and to speak about one of the probably most painful topics for us. Unfortunately, there's a lot of different kinds of pain in the war, but one of the hardest pains is the pain of the most vulnerable. And the most gentle ones, our children. You will hear several stories from me today. I have to tell stories. I have to tell stories to the world. And I think it works. It has the biggest effect when you hear the names and not just know the statistics. As I was preparing for this trip, we were following the news from Kharkiv together with my team. Unfortunately, this city is constantly under fire. And rescuers were, emergency teams were uncovering the debris of the ruined house. At first they found the dead mother, then father, and then they took their 8-year-old daughter, Kira, out on the blanket, and unfortunately she died as well. Similarly, 9-year-old Bogdan from Pokrovsk was also discovered in the debris of his house, as well as his two cousins, small cousins, and they specially came to celebrate a family, to have a family celebration from evacuation to visit their grandmother. And these children were thinking of the future. They were happy about their plans, about their school marks, about learning what their parents were telling them about the world. 8-year-old Maria Novorodivka loved the local library and dancing club. 11 years old Glib from Kherson. They say that he was a very capable piano player. But both of those children did not live to see the new year, and they died in the Russian shellings. None of these families none of the families in the world prepared for war, prepared their children for the war. We hope for our children to have the happy future. And now the war ruins the worlds that are being nurtured by their families. Now we know about 520 children who died as a result of the Russian war. The number of wounded children is over 1,000. And this is not just traumas. Very often these are life-changing traumas. Recently in Kharkiv region, a 10-year-old boy lost his leg in the shelling, and he's looking at a lifetime on a prosthetic. Unfortunately, Russia is waging the war using all of its criminal arsenal, including rape. The youngest victim was 4 years old, as established by our Prosecutor General's office. I will not give the names of these children. I will not give the details, but every terror of war is terrible in its own way. Even if the child was not hit by bullets or missiles, if the child was not raped, every one of the 7.5 million Ukrainian children, one way or another, was hit by the war. Bogdan Yermokhin was an orphan, aged 17. He was in an orphanage in Mariupol, and Russians started literally killing that city. During the shelling, he was saved by a friend. He covered Bogdan with his body and died. A small girl died of wounds And earlier on, he found that girl near the body of the dead mother. And this is already a lot of pain. But then the occupiers took him out to Russia. He would run away. They would catch him back. And they were planning a prize for his present for his 18 years anniversary. And conscription notice for the Russian army, but he found a way to transfer the video address to the president of Ukraine, and dozens of people from different organizations and countries made it possible for Bogdan to leave Russia for Belarus on his birthday and go back to Ukraine. What if he were younger, if he couldn't find access to internet, if he didn't have so much energy and persistence? Not everyone out of the thousands of Ukrainian children who were deported to Russia could do that. And Russia is fighting with yet another weapon. They are telling them that they are not wanted, that nobody is looking for them. They're changing their names. They're trying to issue the Russian passports, as was earlier announced by the Russian dictator. Mother of 6-year-old Renat and 10-year-old Varvara were liberated back in 2022. But liberating the children from Russia with live parents, well, it's something that could only be done a year later. Can you imagine what they lived throughout this time? It may seem like there's a lot of rescue stories, but Ukraine actually managed to bring back only 388 children. And with this, at this rate, it will take us 50 years to bring all the children back. This will not be children anymore. This will be adults. It's unfathomable that this is happening here. And even now, hundreds, thousands of people are looking for their own roots in Poland, in Latvia, in the Czech Republic. People who were forcibly deported, whose language was taken away, people who sustained a terrible experiment. Can this really happen 70 years later? Over the past year, the world has adopted many important documents and did a lot of actions to rescue Ukrainian children. Only 5 days ago, this was the topic of the urgent debates on the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. But you can see it in the figures that I just mentioned, that this is not enough. When we're talking about children's lives, this is what we have to say. We have to do more. And one country cannot resolve that. The ways of legal assistance from the international community for Ukraine do exist. And first of all, that includes the development of a transparent mechanism of return of children, and that should be reflected in the UN General Assembly resolution. And the participation of countries directly as intermediary countries, because the terrorist country is refusing direct negotiations with Ukraine. Geneva Convention said that the return can happen both to the state of the child's origin and citizenship and to the territory of the third countries, which are not parties to conflict. So the countries of the Baltic region, which are close to Russia, could be such a mechanism. All of these are countries where active participation of partners is expected. In the case of Bogdan Yermokhin, he was returned home by Qatar and UNICEF, and we're extremely grateful for that. His story is the story of how every country, every individual country, and every individual international organization could work together with Ukraine to return children. And we will fight for each of our children. We will fight for each of our stolen children, no matter how many resources are required to do that. And I hope you are gathering here for that as well. Hopefully, we can speed up this together. The adults have no more important task to use their power and resources, but for the rescue of children. I hope that we're gathered here for this exact purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Ms. Zelenska, for unifying us all in supporting and helping Ukrainian children. And now I have an honor to present our Prime Minister, Evika Silinya. She is now in Brussels fighting for the interests of Ukraine, but I'm grateful that she found a way to participate in today's conference. Please see the video.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, dear children, my heart is with you as I engage in the European Council meeting in Brussels. The evidence reveals horrifying war crimes against Ukrainian children. The illegal deportation and forced transfer of Ukrainian children by Russia and Belarus is not just a violation of international law, it's a profound test to our shared humanity. As a mother of three myself, my solidarity and compassion are with Ukrainian mothers, underscoring the need for swift action to protect innocence. In March 2023, the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants against Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova for their part in these crimes against children, ensuring accountability for human rights violations and war crimes is crucial. Together with the international community and Ukraine, our aim is to safeguard children's rights and bring deported children back home. Latvia's commitment to supporting Ukraine is unwavering. Since 2022, over 53,000 Ukrainians have found refuge in Latvia, including almost 5,000 children studying in our schools and kindergartens. Today's conference warmly welcomes brave children from Ukraine, ready to share their stories. Let us listen, recording and amplifying their voices across the globe. Ukraine's strength lies in the strong spirit of its parents and the resilience of its children. Ukraine will be victorious. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Ms. Silina. And now the conference has been officially opened. I would like to present our first story, the story of Ilia, who is one of the children who are participating in our camp this week. And he's one of those, say lucky wouldn't be fair, but he's at least have found a way home to Ukraine. But unfortunately, he's only of those few hundreds who have managed to do so. Please, let's watch Ilia's story.
In the heart of Europe, Russia has been waging an unforgiving war against Ukraine since February 2022, with a shocking disregard for rules and moral boundaries. Every passing day extracts a heavy toll on innocent lives, forever transforming Ukrainian children and their childhoods.
My name is Ilia, and I'm 11 years old, but at the time, I was 9. I live in Mariupol with my mother and brother. Well, used to live. Before the war, everything was fine. I had a good mother, a good school, friends, and a home. In general, my city was cool. At first, everything was relatively quiet, and then the explosion started. And after that, I realized that the war had already begun. Once we went to a neighbor's house to hide for the night because our house was hit by a rocket and it was no longer possible to live in it. And then there was a boom. I was injured here, here, and here, and my mom was hit in the forehead. I realized that my mom was dead when our neighbor came to her and took her pulse. And after that, we all knew that my mother had died. I more or less managed to hold myself together, but it was very painful. Mentally, it hurt me much more than the pain that the injury brought me. The neighbor buried my mother in our own yard, behind our own house. I stayed with the neighbors in that house for a while, and then one day these Russian soldiers came and announced an evacuation. I was in Donetsk for a month. I underwent various surgeries and procedures there. The very first operation was to remove this fragment, but it was not easy, and it was done without anesthesia. Despite the fact that I had a serious injury, in this hospital they still tried to, well, make me into a kind of propaganda tool. I was taught to write in Russian. And one day my doctor came to me and said, "Now you will not say glory to Ukraine, but glory to Ukraine as part of Russia." That was probably one of the methods of their zombification. But I am not one to be duped so easily.
After the full-scale war started on the 24th of February, I had contact with my daughter until the 2nd of March. And when contact was lost and there was no electricity, my son in Austria had already found a video for me from the Russian Federation, where Ilia was admitted to a hospital, a trauma center in Donetsk. And he sent me this video, and I learned that Ilia was alone in the hospital, and my daughter had been killed. I realized that my daughter could no longer be brought back. And I realized that Ilia had to be freed from Donetsk. And then I'd already begun to dream about how it would be, and began to knock on different doors, and thank God they helped me to do it. On the 22nd of April, we returned to Akhmedov Hospital in Ukraine. He couldn't walk. There, our doctors took 4 fragments out of him. 11 more remain. He was in such a condition. You should understand, he had a school, he had a home, he had a mother, and he lost all of that, his entire childhood. He kept to himself. He was afraid of noise. He was afraid of air raid sirens. He had no memory. He remembered only those moments that were with him in that horror that he went through with his mother in Mariupol.
In the future, I would like to become a doctor so that I can be the same as our guys on the front lines. Combat medics and ordinary ones, they are real heroes. They are like soldiers, although their work is a little different, but they are all still heroes.
Трішки інша у них робота, але вони всі герої.
I think we all can give a great respect and applause to Ilia for his courage, sharing his story with us. I have no doubt in my mind that he will become an excellent doctor and will fulfill every dream that he has. And with the story of Ilia, we're opening our first panel when we will hear the experiences of those children who have been deported to Russia. And again, it is my honor to welcome on a stage 3 wonderful, courageous, remarkable women. Ms. Olena Zelenska, the First Lady of Ukraine. Ms. Andra Levite, the former First Lady of Latvia, a great friend and true friend to Ukraine. And Ms. Daria Gerasimchuk, Advisor Commissioner of the President of Ukraine for Children's Rights and Rehabilitation. Please, Daria, the floor is yours.
Вітаю вас, шановні перші леді.
Let me greet you, dear First Ladies. I'm glad to greet all present members. Let's start our work with the first panel with the evidences of the children. As all the conference is dedicated to the problem of deported and transported illegally Ukrainian children by Russia. All the atrocities that happen with Ukrainian children at the territory of Ukraine are not restricted only by deportation and forced transferring, as Alena Vladimirovna already mentioned in her speech. And for the second day, we talk about children which our neighbor, maniac, terrorist, steals, who abducts them not to return them ever. And before asking the first question to you, Ms. Andra, I would like to thank you and all Latvia for all your deeds that you perform for Ukrainian children, for their sake and for their safety. Thank you. And my first question is the following. Everybody knows that your husband, Mr. Levitz, voiced the idea of creation of this conference. How do you think? Why does he have this idea to launch this conference, and why is it so important? Why is it important to speak about this topic? And I would like to guide you, your thoughts in direction whether Russian Federation deserves forgiveness for everything that they do for Ukrainian children, maybe not now, but in the future. What is your opinion?
Thank you, Daria. Thank you, Olena, for inviting me to take part in this very important conference. And we will discuss very important, but also very, very painful questions, because it deals with children who are innocent, who haven't seen much of the life, and sadly, many Ukrainian children have only seen bad things, and they grow up with thinking the world is bad, thinking about the people are bad, because they have experienced pain, they have experienced tears, they have experienced cries and bombs on their houses. They have seen things they shouldn't have seen in this age. They should be joyous and they should be happy, enjoying their childhood, but this is taken away from them by a brutal war committed by Russia. I would like to talk about some things. I won't talk about the number of the abused Ukrainian children, because even one abducted children is too much. I will not talk about the legal questions, because I think the hall is full with brilliant lawyers who will deal with this question. I'm a medical doctor who works with girls and women, and I will talk from the medical, psychological perspective. There is a war against children, deportation of children. This is highly morally reprehensible. Children, this includes minors, orphans, children with physical, intellectual, or mental disabilities. In Latvia, the term or crime, deportation, brings back very painful memories, because in 1941 and 1949, during the Russian occupation of Latvia, many Latvians, including children, were deported to Siberia. On November 20, 1989, the UN General Assembly accepted the Convention on the Rights of the Child, later also ratified by Russia. I will only mention some articles. Article 6, the right to live. Article 9, the right not to be violently separated from parents. Article 19, protection against violence. Article 34, protection against sexual violence. All mentioned rights Russia is violating. War crime is committed against Ukrainian children. For the abused children, Ukrainian children, people like Olena, like Daria, like different NGOs, like governmental institutions, and international conferences like today's are guarantees to regain their freedom. These members are constantly maintaining attention to the public opinion about the crime happening against these children. There will be the day of return, and on their day of return, they will learn, these children will learn, they were never forgotten. There were constant demands for their freedom, despite Russia's propaganda, despite attempts of Russification by changing their children's names or prohibiting to speak Ukrainian language. These permanent efforts and actions will be an immense help for the abducted children on their long journey of healing. And it will be a long and painful journey. To overcome physical, mental, and even sexual violence is always long and painful. Sooner or later, hopefully sooner, the day will come when the abducted Ukrainian children will return to their families, to their hometowns. On the day of their return, there will be tears of joy, smiles, laughter, hugs, kisses. But sadly, and I will mention some sad facts, no child will return the same as it was before all this happened. Abduction, physical, emotional, and/or sexual violence will have left scars. We saw the scars on Ilia's legs. There will be visible and invisible scars on every child. I will mention some of these medical and psychological considerations, sad facts for which Russia is responsible. There will be short-term consequences, and there will be consequences that will stay with the victim for life. There will be deeply personal consequences, and there will be consequences for the Ukrainian society as in whole. There will be consequences we can treat and heal, and there will be consequences that will be fatal. The visible marks of the abductions, including after physical violence, will be a variety of injuries. As we saw in the film, as Ilia presented his leg, his injured leg, there will be bruises, hematomes, wounds. The invisible marks will include all kinds of emotions. There will be anger, disgust, fear, humiliation. And these are only some of the primary emotional stages, but they will be followed by more severe and longer-lasting mental disorders. I will mention some. There will be depression, anxiety, panic, unpredictable flashbacks, suicidal tendencies, aggression towards themselves or others, sleep and eating disorders, emotional withdrawal from former life. The short-term consequences may be painful physical injuries that can be cured if treated rightly, but there will be lifelong consequences, especially after sexual violence. This might include sexual transmitted diseases. All these diseases could cause chronic pain, destroy personal dreams, have a lifelong dependency on medication, countless medical treatments, hospitalization, and even death. A very particular significant lifelong consequence, especially for girls and young women after sexual violence and rape, as we as we heard from Olena, that is happening, will be unintended pregnancies. Every pregnancy should be a welcome and joyous event. The mother-to-be should be able to love the child from the beginning. No new life should be created where there is hate and humiliation on one side and fear and disgust on the other one. There will also be consequences for the Ukrainian society after this brutal abduction of this huge number of children. Undoubtedly, after experiencing this kind of terror and completely loss of self-determination, some of these children will have problems in integrating in regular family structures, in social life, in educational systems. Their talents and skills might remain undeveloped. I do not like speaking about people as human resources, but young people with severe physical and mental health issues will be painfully missed in building and changing the social, cultural, and economic future of a nation. Therefore, all these children deserve the help they need to heal, both physically and emotionally. The help should be offered in an unbiased and empathetic manner. It should be available as soon after the crime as possible. It should be close to where the victims live and offered by qualified professionals in the victim's native language. Nowadays, we know the medical term PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. It is a common sense, but formally, and in many countries even nowadays, it is only known in academic spheres. Formally, people who suffered PTSD after horrifying events such as war, abduction, deportation, they were told to forget the trauma, to be silent, to carry on with their normal life. And most of them did so, but they had nightmares, painful flashbacks, they developed different kinds of emotional disorders, committed suicides, and initiated intergenerational trauma. The next generation, the children of these children who are suffering today, they suffered without really knowing why, because the parents had erected a wall of silence. Today we know that professional help may smoothen one's own trauma, but also the burden of the next generation. In the following discussion, we will hear the statement of two extraordinary Latvian women. And as someone who grew up in a refugee family, I hope they agree with me that it is not easy to be a refugee or to be born in a family of deportees. Therefore, our demand today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow is release all Ukrainian children immediately and let them come home.
Дякую вам, пані Андро.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andra. You are absolutely right, and every day Ukrainian children are wounded not only psychologically, but also physically. They have wounds, they have scars, which remind them on a daily basis what they have survived. And very soon, at this stage, we will have children who were in recreation camp in Latvia. They will share their stories, and now they are not here, just because we understand that even when they are listening again their story via video or hear it from my when I talk it, it's traumatizing them again. So they will join this meeting after our conversation, and they are the witnesses and illustration of all 6 scenarios which Russians use for abduction. So you heard it correctly. Scenarios, because the politics of Russian Federation is formed very clearly, precisely, and planned. And you may understand that it's focused on genocide of Ukrainian nation via genocide of Ukrainian children. Russians first kill the parents, then they abduct the children and send them by force, withdraw them from biological family. Children are separated from parents while filtration measures, or they create the conditions where the children cannot live and kind of voluntary suggest the parents to give the children for so-called recreation and healing, after which they don't return home again. Or they are transferred from the institution where some amount under constantly housing, and they are transferring such children to the territory not controlled by Ukrainian government. Or they withdraw children to Russian Federation or Belarus after they found kind of fake diagnosis which the child doesn't have, and they need the child to rehabilitate not at home. You have heard Ilia's story, and it's scary, but today we don't have children present yet, so I want to share with you one more story. This is the story of Kira, who was 12 years old at the beginning of full-scale invasion. Her mom died when the girl was approximately couple of weeks, and she was raised by her native father. And a few weeks before full-scale invasion, the older sister went to Poland to studies, and the girls haven't seen each other. When the full-scale invasion started, she was in occupied Mariupol. She saw horrifying things. She saw a lot of killed bodies of killed people. She was without food every day, and it was a holiday when father could find some food. When you ask Kira what most of all she lacks during the occupation, she was telling she wanted to eat bread, just simple bread. Other children were sharing other things, but one day, they, together with her father and his girlfriend, they were hiding in the flat. Father went to the balcony to take the remains of the food which they had in order to find other shelter, because the whole building was kind of dancing under Russian shellings. Father didn't return from that balcony. He stayed there forever, and he was not buried. Kira didn't see her dead father, but she realized that he died immediately.
Далі дівчинка разом з татовою дівчиною Анною і
The girl with the other relatives for more than 2 weeks stayed in Mariupol. They were moving from shelter to shelter, hiding in the basements. They were finding some people they knew. They were glad they are alive. They were finding some new remains of food, and they found chocolate candies which they didn't eat. They didn't eat them. Each of them had one, and they put into a pocket, and this was a motivation. So when we will go to Ukrainian controlled territory, the first thing we will do at the free area, we will eat chocolate candy there. So this is the best motivation for this child, as she remembers. But on the way to Mangush, another girl, a friend of Kira, stepped on the stretch, and they were bombed. They stepped onto mine, and she was wounded. Kira and her friend, they were transferred, and occupants took the girls to Donetsk. Kira was in Donetsk hospital during 1 month before her her father didn't take her. The whole month, the girl was in such shock she couldn't understand that she has a mobile phone uncharged in her backpack and she can call her grandfather. And in 1 month, she understood she can do it. She took the phone, she notified her grandfather and notified him that her father was dead. And that's how we returned this child, this girl. This was a happy end story, but the things that this girl and hundreds of other kids survived in occupied cities after abduction, this affects their mental health very much. Elena, please tell me, this is the next question to you. Ms. Andrew told about the trauma, that these are not healing soul. Can you erase some painful scars and memories from the soul of kids, and how can we improve their mental health? I know it's a hard question, but I know that this is the question that you deal with. Thank you, Dario, for this complicated but very important question. I'll start with the fact that from the very beginning, we need to take the children, we need to understand take quick mechanisms of how to return each child, taking into consideration its personal needs. First of all, we need to do the fact that Russians don't do, taking good care of interests and needs of the child, because they are abducted from Ukraine, not taking into consideration children rights, Geneva Conventions, and anything that adults should guarantee to the child. So when we elaborate any mechanisms of returning of the child, we need to take care of the child. And these mechanisms are elaborated with initiative of the president. The initiative Bring Kids Back UA, which involves the coalition of countries to return Ukrainian kids, being headed by Canada, and the next meeting will be held the day after tomorrow. Hopefully, Latvia will also take active participation in this coalition. And after and during the time when the child can be withdrawn, and as it was created last year under supervision of Dmitry Lubinets, and it's done in order not to traumatize more and to help each child. Each situation is tracked separately, and the child receives social, psychological assistance and legal assistance.
The child gets social assistance, and the child gets interviewed only once under Barnahus system, but this evidence is necessary to make sure that all perpetrators are brought to account. And here comes the most difficult question. We're asking ourselves this question now. What can we offer to these children after their return? Yes, we offer them safety, we offer the reinstatement of their rights, but we have to understand that there are lots of children who have been deported now, who were taken from the institutions, and they are deprived of parental care, or they're orphan children, and we cannot bring them back to institutions, particularly so that Ukraine is now removing the practice, stopping the practice of institutionalization of children, and we need to expand the system of foster families. We have to encourage foster parenthood, but this work is consistently being done in Ukraine. And there are plenty of people like that. I can give an example of two girls from Kherson region. They found themselves in non-controlled territory, but at that time their two sisters were already taken by foster families. A foster family. Luckily, those foster parents agreed to take those two girls as well. Now all children have foster parents and they are in safety. And we do have such people in Ukraine. However, there's another difficult question, which requires resources. First of all, human resources, is psychological rehabilitation of every child. Now all children who are going through the Child Assistance Center are getting psychological assistance. We cannot just give one consultation. Child needs long-term support, and the family needs long-term support because adjustment comes in different ways. And we have to understand that circumstances are changing, life circumstances are changing, and the child should be under constant care of a psychologist. And we need a lot of specialists, a lot of psychologists like that. And we can honestly say that Ukraine does not really have enough of such psychologists. So we're working on a training of new psychologists to make sure they can pick up new cases. There's a lot of work to be done. And it takes not just expert resources, not just financial resources, but also human resources. People have to mobilize themselves. And that is why we are continuing this conversation. We're participating in this conference because everybody has to know the whole range of the problem, not just pick them up and take them to safety, give them new housing and family, but make sure that a child can get out of the situation that they have been through. I don't think anyone can forget what they've been through. There's such things do not remain forgotten. But there are many cases where properly provided psychological assistance actually works, and the person can take care of themselves, take care of their own life, and live on, remembering it not as a negative experience that ruined them, but as a negative episode. And the children that will be on this stage, they've been through psychological assistance, they went through their integration program, so we have the permission for them to speak with their own words. The most important thing any nation has are children. Ukrainian children are in the Ukrainian hearts, in the hearts of Ukrainian adults, and they are very deeply. And we would like to say that we would like to hope that every Lithuanian heart also hears the phrase, every phrase said by those children firsthand. First ladies, I invite you to take your seats in the audience, and I would ask for our small heroes to come to the stage. Thank you. We will get prepared a little bit, and we will have the chance to hear their words, their voices. I will not ask the children to tell their own stories if they are related to the death of their parents. These will be more neutral, non-traumatizing questions, but there are several stories that we need to tell you directly, in detail. There are unfinished stories, despite the fact that some of the children are back home. I would like to invite the children in. Please come on in. Welcome our guests. Come to me. Come over here. We have young and small kids with us. Please take your seats. Over here. Okay, everybody found their seats? Okay, the guys decided to sit together. So, hi. We've seen each other in the morning, but I don't want you to be worried. I would like to thank you for being so brave. I am scared. I think Miss Andra and Miss Elena were also worried about being on the stage, but you're sitting here and they can see it in your eyes that you're not worried. No, we're not. You're not. That's very good. I will ask questions, and I will ask you to use the microphones to respond. First of all, I'd like to address you, Sasha. Tell us, yes, you can have some water. Can you tell your story, Sasha? You're super brave. I know that you've been through a lot and that you have a lot to say to the audience. You have a lot to say about your own story. And I know you have something that you'd like to say to the whole world, right? Yes, it's working. My name is Sasha, and I'm 13. During the full-scale invasion, I lived in Mariupol with my mother and my sister. We wanted to leave Mariupol, but we couldn't do that because the train was blown up. So we made a decision to stay in Mariupol together with mother, yes, with mother and sister. So we were there, we had some food, we had electricity, but later on, after a week or two, there was no food anymore. We were running out of food, so we were asking for food from our military. And on the 24th of March, the shooting started. And as far as I know, the sister was taken away by other relatives. Oh, she was with you yet. But later on, she was taken by other relatives, correct. On the 24th of March, the shelling started. Mother was in the house and I was playing outside. I ran into the shelter behind the concrete wall to wade through the shooting. I thought the sister was with a neighbor, and so I was afraid and I ran to get her. I ran into the stairwell, and I got hit by a splinter. There was an explosion. So we decided to go to our military to get assistance. So you went to Ilich factory, yes. There was military hospital there. There were other wounded military soldiers there. So my eye was rinsed away by water, and we spent 2 weeks there. Then Ilia factory was besieged. And our hospital was surrounded. By then, the sister was taken by other relatives. So the military were taken as captives, and civilians who were there were taken away. We were taken to the village of Bezimena for filtration. Then they said that mother will go through some filtration and then we will be released. She was taken into another room, and she wasn't there for 1.5 or 2 hours. I was waiting for her, and then Novoazovsk service for children's affairs came as they introduced themselves. And then my mother was brought back. So they said they will take me away from the mother. Without explanation, they took me away and took me to Novoazovsk to hospital. So they just led her by you. They didn't let you talk to each other. No, they didn't let us say goodbye. And they took you to the hospital, first to Novoazovsk. I was examined, spent 3 weeks there, and these were the 3 worst days when we were separated with my mother. Sasha, I know that you did an absolutely heroic thing. You found a very cunning way because your phone was taken away by the Russians. You found a very cunning way to contact your grandmother to inform about your whereabouts because you were afraid that you would be taken away further. This was in Donetsk. They took me after Novoazovsk there. They were thinking of doing some surgery on the eye. There was a boy who was 14 at that time, and we made friends. And I didn't know where my mother was, so we were looking for my grandmother. Did you tell the Russians that you have a biological grandmother, that you know her phone number, so that they could give you a chance to contact her? And so they took no data from you. They didn't tell. They said that they will contact the grandmother themselves if it would be necessary. So what would you like to say? I would like to address the room to find my mother, Kozlova Snezhana Mikhailivna. You haven't seen each other for 1.5 years. Yes, but I'm convinced everything's going to be fine. Sashko, you're absolutely cool. I am inspired and in awe of your power. I would like to finish the conversation positively. What emotions did you have when grandmother came? I was very happy. We were on different stops. I thought she would come to one stop, and she came to a different stop. And they're calling me from the hospital that she came, and I was so happy. We hugged and we cried. And I will never forget that moment. I'm very happy that things worked out like that. I hope that your story ends well and that you would be able to reunite with your mother. Next question I'd like to ask Veronica, but please be brief. Veronica, tell me, please, here's a question for you. You were in Russia and you went to the Russian school. You were forced to go to the Russian school. I know that you were suffering from bullying and from different things. Can you tell us more? How do the Russians welcome children like you at school? At first, when I came to Russia, I was in grade 7, and we were only taught Russian language and literature. They didn't want to give us any maths or physics classes, sciences that are the same in other countries. We were only taught Russian language and Russian literature. There was no international literature as well. First, we studied together, and when I went to the 8th grade, Russian children were blaming me for mobilization of their parents. I was a Bandera, I was a nationalist, according to their words. That's how they called me. I would come into a classroom, and then the guys would just be shouting Bandera at me. Were there cases of some physical violence? They could push me deliberately or hit. It did happen. How long did you spend in the Russian Federation? I spent 1 year and 2 months. But they managed to bring you back after your mother's statement. A special UN meeting, UN session. And only after that you were returned. So you're with your mother and your grandmother. Yes. It was a huge dream for me to meet with my family. The Russians were saying that I will never leave the borders of Ukraine and that Ukraine doesn't exist. Yes, they told me that Ukraine doesn't exist. They first said that we're all Slavs, we're all brothers and sisters. Then they said that I'm Bandera, I'm a nationalist. Again, because following the questions, are you for Ukraine or for Russia, I would say that I am holding neutral ground, because if I'd said I was for Ukraine, they would probably beat me up. So you understand that you had to preserve yourself as much as possible until the time you would be returned. Yes, I was looking forward to the return, because even talking on the phone with my mother, it was some kind of miracle already for me. I'm great. I'm glad everything happened the way it happened, that it ended, and that you can be with your family. I know that you would also like to, like in every conversation, you're telling adults that you want the parents to fight for the children, like your mother did. Yes. Because in our story, it seemed to me that this was the end and that I will end up in Russia forever. There was very little hope that I would be able to leave. The Russians were telling me that I will stay there forever and that I would not be able to go back. but there was a small hope, and it was something unimaginable. Very often, the Russians in the occupied territories are telling the parents whose children were taken away or for treatment, very often they tell the parents that that's it, you've given away your child. And when the parents start asking, bringing the children back, they're being told that no. If you're not happy with something, we will deprive you of parental rights altogether, or the Ukrainian authorities will deoccupy your settlement and will say you're collaborators, you worked with us, you signed the permission, and very often people get so intimidated under these conditions that they simply do not know what to do next. Sometimes they're trying to do something themselves, and it's they have to wait for this wonderful meeting with their children for a very long time, but some do not manage to return their children themselves. So it's very important that if everybody knows anything about children kidnapped by Russians, it's very important that they inform the Ukrainian structures and authorities. Yeah, your microphone. Grandmother saw you in the propaganda video, and that's how she knew what happened to you and to your mother. Tell me, please, maybe there's something that you would like to say about, something particular that you'd like to say about your time in Donetsk hospital. Maybe you were told anything. It was scary there. I know that you were not intimidated or something at hospital. They didn't treat you badly. No, I was treated neutrally. They didn't offend me, but they didn't really express that they were sorry for you for your wounds. As far as I understand, you often were visited by journalists. Yes, a bit of troops, all kinds of military, various journalists. Did they ask you about anything, or did they do anything else? They just asked me, oh, say something. Or they just used me as a background. So they would make videos against your background, yes. And one of those videos helped your grandmother find you. What did the Russians tell you next? Did they tell you where you were going next? You told them that you have a grandmother and that you want to come back. Yes. What did they tell you about Ukraine? They didn't say anything about Ukraine, but my doctor came to me at some point and he said that you will not be saying glory to Ukraine, but you will be saying glory to Ukraine within Russian Federation. Why did he say so? Because you said Slava Ukraini to anyone? Yes. Despite the fact that you were in the hospital and despite having occupiers all around, you were still saying glory to Ukraine. Ilia, I know that they were teaching you something. Yes, they were teaching me writing in Russian. When did that start? It started around second day. So you just came with such heavy wounds. You probably had other things on your mind. Yes. The whole month was pretty tough. So you're living with your grandmother in Ukraine. I will not mention the city where you live. How are you feeling about it? Did you manage to find new friends? Not yet, really? Why? Maybe because you like to be on your own at home and playing it with a tablet. Right, Ilia? Okay. Next, we will have Ivan and Maxim speaking. It will be the story of Ivan and Maxim. Next question. We've known you for some time, and the audience in this room could also hear your story yesterday in a documentary that was presented yesterday. So here's my question. What do you remember about your time in Mariupol. What are the brightest memories can you share? Hello, my name is Ivan, and Maxim is next to me. I will speak Russian. I apologize for that. The first day of war, well, I found out from my mother. She told me that the war started. She called me. Luckily, my elder brother Alexei was next to me. I'm very grateful for that. We tried to replenish our stock of food and water, and we understood this was not gonna last. Gas, electricity was running out, so we couldn't do what people normally do every day. Our guardian, Anton Viktorovich, was giving us food, was bringing us food, and this is what happened until the 5th of March. On the 5th of March, we lost contact with Anton Viktorovich, our guardian. We understood there's no point staying on the left bank because everything is gonna go away. Anton Viktorovich called Ukrainian police for help. They were still in the city center. They were bringing humanitarian assistance. They were helping in every way they could. Police came to get us to the city center. All kids were brought together towards the drama theater. There was a technical college. There were grandmothers, small children, very small children. And this is how we lived until the 20th of March. We were trying to find water, food, because there was not there. Because on a normal day, you know, we have it all at hand, but we did not appreciate this at the time. Together with Maxim and my elder brother and his friend, we witnessed the hit on the drama theater. This was the hardest bombing that I could sustain. I saw a lot of wounded people. I was terrified to look at it. I'm grateful to my elder brother for his support because I was younger. I didn't understand what was going on. And thanks to him, I remained alive. And on the 20th of March, we decided to leave Mariupol. There was no point staying there. We understood where it was all going. So we left Mariupol. We were walking towards Mangush, and we found the Russian block post. We were inspected. We had bodily inspection, bodies, documents. I don't know what they wanted to find in our bodies, but luckily nobody had any problems. They let us pass. Our goal was to get to Mangush, to walk over, and then to the Ukraine-controlled territory. There was Zaporizhia region, and unfortunately, by the time we came to Mangush, a woman found out that we have no parental care, that we're orphans. My elder brother, who's 19, was with us, so they called the child service to Donetsk, and we understood that they would come to get us, and we didn't want to go to Donetsk because this was not our goal. And we decided very quickly to leave that town, but we couldn't do that. They called the military first. They found us quickly. The military, when they caught us on the bus stop and we tried to get away, they threatened us with weapons, said that if you do anything like that again, without permission, we will have big problems. So we had to go back to the hospital. The custody services were waiting for us. They picked us up. We didn't want to go there. We had a totally different goal. My elder brother was asked, do you want to go with your brother Ivan? Or do you want to go as you wanted? I spoke to the elder brother that it would be easier. It would be better if he went to the Ukrainian territory. And this was the right decision. I support my decision because things could be very different for him. Ukrainian children who are of age Their goal is to take them to the front, to the military. So you understood that potentially you, Maxim, and others, other boys, that they potentially wanted to conscript you to the Russian army. I think so, yes. But luckily, I was a little bit shocked together with Maxim when we got into the hospital. We were in custody services. We were in Buyanovsky district, Child's Hospital number 5. I charged my phone. I tried to inform about my whereabouts to everyone I could contact that we were safe and sound. Maxim and I had common goal to go back home, and we wanted that, and we managed to do that. And I think every child managed to find their parents. They would want to stay with them. Maxim and I helped other children. 2 children aged 9. There was another boy, Nazar. They remembered the phone numbers of their parents. We had connection, and they could find their grandmothers and grandfathers, and they're together now. And we were very happy for them because we understood. And we believed that we would go back home as well. But until the last moment, nobody believed that our custodian, our guardian, Anton Viktorovich, would go back. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for getting through this, for staying strong. Most importantly, I would think that back when you were very scared, you still found the energy to help others. I'm very proud of all of our Ukrainian children. We have very little time left for this conversation, and just one word. I have a question. What do you miss out of your previous life from before the full-scale invasion? Just 1 or 2 words. I miss friends who stayed there. I miss walking in Veselka Park with my father. I miss the sea a lot, and generally I miss Mariupol a lot. It's good to be in Ukraine, but, Chernivtsi is good, but Mariupol is my native place. So you miss Mariupol itself. Okay. Thank you, Kira. Matvey, do you have anything to say? What do you miss? Most of all, I miss our home. We had our own house, courtyard. We had a dog. I miss the dog most. But I know you have a dog now as well. I'm not sure how your father allows this. There's 3 of you, and you have Cane Corso, right?
Your father is a hero.
Thank you.
Sasha, do you want to share something? What do you miss? I miss our dog. So how do you call your dog now? Yaks. And please, Sveta, do you have something to share? What do you miss? I miss Ukrainian language. Because now you are not in Ukraine. Yes, we don't have it here at all. Yes, because children are in Latvia. They live with their father in Latvia now. We are grateful to Latvia for giving shelter to such wonderful family. Thank you, children, for your for being such fighters, for being so strong, for your dreams. I know you have a great deal of dreams, and hopefully all of us, all adults, those who heard the first starting panel in marathon of important conversations of this conference, could be inspired by these wonderful children. I would like to thank Mr. President, the First Lady, for this common opening of our marathon. Thank you for participation, and invite everybody to observe the video, the following detailed story of Sasha, and we will say bye to you. Thank you for participation.
We had no electricity, no gas, no water. We were standing by the grill cooking because it was impossible to cook inside. And then the shelling began.
Та почався
I heard an explosion and was deafened by it. And then I felt something burning inside me, a hot fragment.
Я відчув гарячий такий, наче уламок.
I screamed to my mother that my eye was hurting, that my eye was burning. My mother quickly took me away. We hid between the garages and waited until the shelling stopped.
Потім ми з мамою
Then my mother and I looked for doctors to help my eye. We went to the Ilia factory. There were military medics there. They disinfected and bandaged my eye, and we stayed with them at the factory.
сталися з ними на заводі. А уже на заводі
But the soldiers at the factory ran out of ammunition, so we were all taken captive. The Russian military put us in KAMAZ trucks like animals and took us to some hangar.
в якийсь ангар. Я сидів
I sat in the filtration camp waiting for my mother for several hours, and when she was brought back, they didn't even let me say goodbye to her and said I was being taken away from my mother, that they would take me to an orphanage, and there I would be adopted by a Russian family.
прийме російська сім'я. Я це спустя
A month later, I asked a guy for a phone and, in the toilet, quickly called my grandmother for 1 minute and told her where I was.
на одну хвилинку і розказав їй, де я знаходжусь.
When on April 19th I got a call from an unknown number, I said, "Who is this?" "Sasha," he said. "Grandma, take me away from here." I said, "Sasha, I'll come get you, my boy. I'll get you, just wait."
And when my grandmother arrived, I was worried that they would take me away from her like they did from my mother.
We had such emotions that we cried for each other from joy. I quickly took him away from there and returned to my home. But still we are waiting for Snezhana. We are looking for her and we hope she will return to Sasha, and I will be happy with them. If we talk about children who are forcibly separated, then the situation is complicated by the fact that the actions themselves are aimed at showing the child power, and the child understands that they cannot affect it, and even the parents cannot influence it. Because when it is done like this in front of a child, look, we are taking you away, we are stronger than you and than your parents, this makes it more difficult for the child, and that they understand that neither I nor my parents can do anything about this. But at the same time, the strength of children is that faith does not disappear. No matter the amount of pain, they will never stop believing that mom or dad will return or come, and they will wait for this.
Якби мене міг почути весь світ, то я б сказав, що
If the world could hear me, I would say that it is necessary to win this war as soon as possible. For all of the children to see their relatives, for all of the parents to return to their homes, to hug their loved ones, and for all to be well in this country and in the whole world.
та щоб все було добре в всій країні та в всьому світі.
As I already mentioned, many Latvians have experienced deportation and exile themselves. And today, I will have an honor to invite on a stage two remarkable Latvian women, Ms. Vaira Vīķe-Freiberga, former President of Latvia, and Ms. Sandra Kalniete, member of the European Parliament. Please give them a warm welcome. Sveicināsim. Mēs angļu valodā. Jā. Jā. Tas būs jūsu. Jā. You both have very personal stories, personal childhood memories of deportation and displacement, very similar to those what many Ukrainian children are experiencing right now at this moment. And both of you have successfully returned home to your homeland. And moreover, both of you have become true leaders for Latvia, influencing significant paths for Latvia to become a democratic republic and also to become a member of NATO and EU. And we all know, especially at this moment, how important this decision was. And maybe it's only due to this decision that Latvia is not experiencing such tragedies as Ukraine is at this moment. UNICEF reports that there are more than half of Ukrainian children displaced, and around 1.8 million has found refuge outside Ukraine. Ms. Vaira Vīķe-Freiberga, you have experienced what it means to leave your home, your life as a child due to the war. Also, you have a professional and academic background in psychology. So, therefore, your personal experience and professional opinion could be very helpful to many Ukrainian children and families. And I would like to ask you, what helped you to survive, and not only to survive, but overcome these traumas to become one of the world's greatest leaders?
Psychologists have a name for it, which is called resilience.
I'll give it to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me. You cannot hear me without the mic. I left my home in Riga when I was 6 years old, 3 days before the Red Army marched in and took Riga on the 10th of October 1944. And I repatriated to Latvia to stay here permanently when I was 60 years old. So between 6 and 60, it has been a long time away from my home. But as we were leaving our apartment, and my grandmother was coming along with me for that last bit of the way, I realized I had therefore sort of precognition that I would come back to this place someday, because my grandmother said, "Don't look back, child. If you look back, you'll never return." And I knew at that moment, it was a horrible moment of precognition, that I would return to this place, but it would not be home any longer. And what I knew as well, which was painful, is that I would never see my grandmother again. And when we heard from these children what they missed most, of course, they miss their home, because home is the place where you feel security, and your grandmas and aunts and cousins and so on, the familiar landscape, all that is part of your identity, so it hurts to leave all that. Exile is painful. It's like being torn up by the roots, and it continues to hurt for a long time. The experiences that you find in exile, of course, vary greatly. Even for the Second War refugees, the ones who left sooner in the summer of 1944, encountered better conditions once they reached Germany, which was the destination for those who had not tried to cross over in fishing boats under great danger from torpedoes or being stopped by the Germans who tried to get to Sweden, and some did. We had a misfortune of arriving in a so-called quarantine camp, which was quite a horrible place, and where within 3 weeks after us leaving Latvia, my little baby sister died. And one of the things that I could say about exile is that when you do survive and you do escape, one of the things that is a burden becomes the survivor's guilt. There's the guilt of knowing, I myself was wondering, if my mother had stayed behind in Latvia like her sister did with her baby, who had a cold, and she said she would not travel with a child with a cold. My mother left because she had a healthy child. The child died within 3 weeks. So this sort of guilt, I don't know how much she felt it, but I felt, I wondered about it. And I had survivor's guilt, as many do who have. It's one of the things that is present and has to be addressed, I think, psychologically. How do you overcome it? Strangely enough, I found that contact with other children was the most healing thing directly at that time. But also later, as soon as possible, to get back to some sort of routine, to have a security of knowing where you get up in the morning, where you go to bed, and of course, to be safe from bombs and what have you. There was a Latvian lady who left as a child and went to the United States and became a professor there and wrote a book called The Woman in Amber, where she attributed all her neuroses and the problems of her life to the fact that she was a refugee child. I myself felt that this wasn't quite a balanced view of things. I was interested in seeing what resilience meant and how people achieved it. I put an article in a Latvian publication that was a newspaper that circulated among Latvian communities abroad. And I asked those who had suffered severe trauma to write to me and tell me whether they had been traumatized for life and scarred for life, or whether they could recover. And I got a number of responses, and I was about to write them up when other things happened. I got elected president and had other things to do. But I still have those letters, and they tell me that no, they overcame very severe traumas. For instance, one who was 5 years old, a boy 5 years old, when Dresden was bombed with the phosphorus fire bombs by the American aircraft. As he stepped out from the shelter with his mother, they stepped over the burned corpse of a 5-year-old child, just like him, and other burned corpses lying about on the street. And his mother told him, he says, "Child, do not look at this. This is war. This is not normal. The war will be over and we will go back to normal, and you will do not think about it, because this is unacceptable, this is inhuman." And a 5-year-old was able to accept that. Thinking of what can be done now, today, the reference was made to the legal structures and the recourse that is available to Ukrainian children and their families. The fact that the International Criminal Court has condemned, or at least indicted, the president and the lady who is responsible for children in Russia is an important first step. I spent 6 years, I had the honor to represent Eastern Europe on the board of the Trust Fund for Victims of the International Criminal Court. And when I heard, for instance, about the little boy who had lost a leg in an air raid or in some other circumstances, I was thinking of the children from the Congo, from the Democratic Central African Republic, from Uganda, which the ICC helped. The Trust Fund for Victims had funds donated by parties to the Rome Treaty, the countries that made voluntary contributions. And we discovered, for instance, that children who have lost a limb will need prostheses that are changed regularly as a child grows. It is bad enough for an adult, but for a child, it becomes very expensive, and international support is needed to ensure that as the child grows, prosthesis is adjusted and adapted, and they can actually go back to living with the modern technology of these devices to actually have quite a satisfactory and fulfilling life. So that the resilience of children, I think, is a subject that deserves a great deal of more study, because it is possible to overcome trauma. Some things remain, scars remain, wounds remain. Last night I still had a recurring dream that goes back to that quarantine camp where I had just turned 7 when I was brought into these circumstances. It's not a pleasant dream, and it plagues me, and it has plagued me my whole life, and it's not the only one. But it has not stopped me from living my life, enjoying what is enjoyable, and doing what needs to be done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this story was very valuable also to those Ukrainian children who have found their second home at the moment in Latvia. And going to Ms. Kalniete, you have a different story, very related to our topic of this conference. Your parents were among those more than 60,000 people from Latvia who were deported, and you were born in exile in Tomsk. And as I know, you returned when you were 5 years old. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you've spent your first years of childhood in a different country, in Siberia, in exile, with all the political context. And today we heard those testimonies of children who've been going to Russian school, who've been forced to learn Russian language, deny their own culture, their own country. And do you have any associations and memories that could be similar with Russification? So whether Russia is doing again the instruments of hurting children and torturing children have remained the same?
Yeah, thank you for this question, and dear Ukrainian friends, for me it's extremely difficult to listen to the personal accounts of Ukrainian children about the horrors they have witnessed due to Russia's war of aggression. It brings back my own experience, which is much softer than the one which is experienced by children of Ukraine currently. But yet today, what I want to say to you, that today thankfully you are here with us. You have been freed from captivity. I'm under no illusions. Recovering from this horrific experience will take time, but it is possible to recover, as we just heard from our president. But remember also that you are not left alone. Those who were deported to Soviet Gulag and labeled children of enemy of the people, we were left like our parents and grandparents, alone by international community. We were behind the Iron Curtain. And I also know that behind you, you have the entire free world, which supports Ukraine and hopes for its victory. We want to help you build a future where you can feel free and confident in your ability to realize your dreams and potential. And we have heard about dreams. I will repeat what we all know, but anyway, I consider it important to say that mass crimes committed by Putin's Russia against civilians, including children, in the occupied territories of Ukraine is one of the darkest chapters of the history of 21st century. These horrific atrocities must be investigated by a special international tribunal where Putin and his henchmen must be held accountable for the evil they have brought upon tens of millions of innocent Ukrainians. At the same time, no court, no legal punishment can ever truly bring justice and erase the memories of such immense suffering, individually or for an entire nation. This trauma, even while suppressed deep down, stays with you for the rest of your life, and I know it myself, because as Lena said, I was born in forced settlement for deported persons far away in the depths of Siberia. I was labeled the enemy of the people. I was destined for a life of captivity without the freedom of movement, as my parents had to register me twice a month at the local KGB office to make sure that I had not escaped. A month after my birth, my father had to register me for the first time. Returning home, he looked at my mother, his eyes dark, and snapped, "We won't give birth to any more slaves. I have no brothers and sisters." For my parents, the very thought that I would lose my Latvian identity troubled like a recurring nightmare. Even for me, when I look into the past, the loss of Latvian and European identity seems to be the most dreadful thing that could have happened to me. In the Soviet Russian school, I would be entirely brainwashed and transformed into Homo Sovieticus. If not for Stalin's death and brief moment of some relaxation of communist regime, when my family was allowed to return to still occupied Latvia, I would be a completely different person. I am deeply aware that if Latvia had never recovered its independence after half a century of Soviet totalitarianism, my life would be entirely different. I was 4 years and 6 months old when I returned to my home country, to my people. It was return to, sorry. You see how difficult it is still to speak about it. It was return to the roots of our family, my language, culture, that was the source of strength, both for internal resistance and critical attitude towards the ideology of Bolshevism. Despite the communist repressions and Russification, people still held alive memories of a free European Latvia. They helped to preserve ourselves from Sovietization and prepare us for the fight for Latvia's freedom. I was at the age of 37 when I ceased to pretend that I am accepting Soviet brainwashing and joined the Latvia's fight for freedom, becoming one of the leaders of the popular movement. Following the restoration of independence, I served in diplomatic service of my country, first as ambassador, later as a foreign minister and European commissioner. My life story may sound like a fairy tale about Cinderella, but be aware that if Latvia had never recovered its independence and become a democracy, my life would have been entirely different. I still find it unbelievable that the signature of girl born in Siberian captivity lies on the Treaty of Latvia's accession to the European Union. My personal experience of totalitarianism is also the root of my commitment to upholding democratic values, respect for human rights, rule of law, freedom of conscience and media. As a politician and writer, I use my voice to stand against injustice. In the European Parliament, I am one of the friends of Ukraine who carries your message in every meeting I attend. I will stand with Ukraine upon your victory. I will continue to do so until the very day you join the European Union and NATO. However, let's get back to those more than 19,000 children who tragically remain in Russian captivity. Uncertainty regarding their whereabouts brings back memories of Stalin's purges of children of the enemies of the people. We do not location of Ukrainian children, as many of these children have experienced forced adoption and changes to their identity and citizenship. The European Parliament and other international organizations have condemned this barbaric act of forced deportation and adoption. In the 2nd February session of European Parliament, we will have debate on unlawful deportation of Ukrainian children. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Putin and his Commissioner of Children's Rights Belova for the war crime of unlawful deportation and transfer of children during the Russo-Ukrainian War. However, Russia continues to show utter disregard for international law. As long as Russia is able to wage its imperialistic war, Ukrainian and international efforts to recover these children will be undermined. This will truly become possible only once Ukraine achieves victory. Therefore, we, the closest friends of Ukraine, must see the bigger strategic picture. The West is 25 times stronger than Russia and has economic power to support Ukraine to win the war. If all the NATO and EU countries would support Ukraine no less than 0.25% of their GDP, Ukraine would prevail. I do not want to hear any more talk of supporting Ukraine as long as it takes. This vague phrase is not a recipe for lasting peace or long-term security. Our strategic focus must be framed clearly. We will support Ukraine until its complete victory over Russian imperialism. This is the victory formula. There is no alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. And your last words go very well together with what Ukrainian children, those 19 children who are here in Latvia, were telling us yesterday, that they don't want peace. They want the victory of Ukraine, because for them, the justice is extremely important and could help for them to recover. You both, and I could hear it, that it's still hurtful to talk about those experiences and memories, even they date back so long. And today we saw those children. It was also painful for them to share their stories, but there's this sense of duty that I saw in them in such early age, and this sense of duty to your country that you both have. And this is why you are here with us today, and that duty that you have fulfilled for many years to our country, to our Latvia. And to end this panel, maybe you can share with us just a couple of words that you could give to Ukrainian children, their parents, at this moment that the experience they are going through. Maybe what helped you the most to not to break, because I think this is the most remarkable example that you can go through this very tragic experience, and you both are showing that it didn't break you. Moreover, maybe it even gave you something, some sense to become as those great leaders as you are.
Thank you very much. It's very difficult to be sure what the recipe is. In a situation such as Ukraine is facing, where I agree with Sandra, there must be military victory and liberation of the territory, because otherwise nobody in Europe can feel safe, not even those who live far away and think that they are safe. They will not be safe, they will be affected. It will be irreparable harm that will be done to the European continent. The harm that's being done to Ukraine in many ways is irreparable, but it is irreparable. And the resilience of the Ukrainian people and the dignity with which they have faced their difficulties, I think, is admirable. And support from the whole world is important. We heard a girl talking about the mobbing that she had to endure and the humiliation when going to a Russian school. And on the one hand, they're being kidnapped and there's an attempt to make them to forget their nationality, their identity, to rob them of the core of their being and their identity is, to make them into Russians. At the same time, there's denigration and name-calling and mobbing of the child. And I could see in this girl what certainly I myself experienced at various phases in my life, is that when somebody attacks you and you know that the attack is unjustified, that is, it's not my fault, but their fault. There's something wrong with them. The understanding that who you are, that what is being told is a lie, it's very important. Nowadays, with the social media and the media generally being so full of lies, and the official propagandists that Russia is employing full-time to tell outrageous lies, for instance, that they're liberating these children they have kidnapped because they were meant to be sent to the West so that the Ukrainian government could make money from the organ donation from these children, and simply nightmarish stories and outrageous lies in this propaganda. I must say that this is a danger, I think, to the world at large. It's extremely important that the world at large continue get information about the facts as they are on the ground, to hear the other side of the story when there's a huge country with huge resources spreading lies that are pathological. We are seeing Russia being turned into a nation of paranoid people completely out of touch with reality, living in an alternate world that Mr. Putin is trying to build with his cronies, and truth becomes a victim as much as cities and countries and the landscapes of Ukraine and the children of Ukraine. Truth is being murdered by propaganda that is based on outrageous and I would say pathologically paranoid, both mania of grandeurs and mania of persecution. Russia is becoming a sick country, and it will take a long time to recover. Let us not, in turn, those who have a chance to live in a free world, let us not fall victim to these lies, and do what we can to maintain contact with reality and contact with what is really happening rather than what somebody is imagining. It is extremely important that we do not lose touch, if you like, that our feet remain solidly on the ground and that we are not swept away by various ideas that are simply, I would say as a psychologist, most definitely unhealthy. Let us try and keep our mental health as well as our freedom as long as we can.
Thank you. I've been being told that we have only a couple of minutes, but please, Ms. Kalniete.
I will be very short. What I consider is important in the situation of external domination by foreign power, that you still keep the clear line and understanding what is morally good or bad. That really helps to compose yourself, to build up resilience. And also, what is important to remember that you are Ukrainians and you are Europeans. For us, Latvians, we were 50 years under Soviet domination. Exactly this cultural identity helped to preserve our moral compass and our resilience and recover the independence. In your case, it will help to build you a full life and to deal with that traumatic experience and to put it deep on the shelf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you both. for your inspiring stories. I'm sure that many Ukrainians and their families, it's going to be helpful to them and will build them strength to continue. Thank you. Yeah. And we have a lunch break. Es nepateicu pašu svarīgāko, ka visiem jāiet pusdienās. Just a short word. There's a lunch break now before the second panel starts, so please enjoy. Paldies.
while children all of Ukraine faces Russian missile attacks on a daily basis. Children living in occupied areas of Ukraine have been forced to attend Russian re-education camps.
I was in the Maria camp in Yevpatoria. The living conditions there were awful.
Maria, and then we were transferred to Druzhby. In Maria, I think there were already up to 1,000 children when we arrived, and the same in Druzhby and in Promenesty.
Russian occupiers took children out of Kherson under the guise of evacuation. Dozens of buses headed to at least 3 camps located on the occupied Crimean Peninsula, Maria, Druzhba, and Promenesty. But not even a week had passed before the Russians revealed the other purpose of the trip.
They told us to speak Russian. They said we needed to forget the Ukrainian language. They said that there would be no such language.
They told us straight out, you are here like in a prison. You have no opinion. There's only our point of view and the wrong one.
They brought the children to the basement if they supported Ukraine, and if they said glory to Ukraine. They shouted at them with curse words, saying that they were so stupid and that Ukraine did not need them.
Every day there was a so-called gathering in front of the school, and we were forced to stand for the Russian national anthem. They don't ask there.
They force there. Otherwise, a write-up or lock-up in an isolation cell.
We were forced to learn the song Onwards Russia.
This song was often forced.
Well, inspections were coming. We were already sick of this song. A man came from Kherson region.
One, yes, and about 15 men from Moscow.
Many children cried because the counselors beat them. They locked them in a room, shouted at them with curse words, hit them with sticks, and forced them to clean the corridors.
The portions were small. That is, half of the children did not have enough food.
The soup was transparent, maybe a piece of potato and some rice floating in it, or some kind of porridge.
Children from Kherson were detained in these camps for 6 months. They were returned to their parents only in March 2023. The children of Kherson were lucky in comparison with thousands of others who are not returned from the so-called evacuation in Russia.
Yet another powerful testimonial statement. Welcome back to all, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. It is a pleasure to see you all here today and to continue this conversation with you on the final day of this conference. On behalf of EOM Ukraine, thank you to the conference organizers for gathering us here today, and to the Ukrainian and Latvian governments for your hospitality and support, both here and in Ukraine itself. By way of introduction, for those of you who were not here yesterday, I am Shyam Patel, Senior Advisor on the Prosecution of International Crimes with EOM Ukraine, seconded from the Netherlands. Since December 2022, I have been based in Kyiv to support the Office of the Prosecutor General and the regional prosecution offices on the investigation and prosecution of international crimes. Prior, I was a legal advisor to the Prior, I was a legal advisor on core crimes and terrorism to the judges at the Hague Court of Appeal and worked for either defense or prosecution at the ICC, the Kosovo Specialist Chambers, and a bunch of other tribunals. I have the privilege of guiding our discussion on this first of a two-part panel before one of my colleagues from the Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group, Kip Hale, will do so for part two. Now, in a world where children are ever more treated as legitimate targets of armed conflict and occupation, it remains utterly vital to demonstrate that we stand united to protect exactly those who are the most vulnerable among us. It is for that reason that the importance of the topic at hand, the unlawful deportation and forcible transfer of Ukrainian children to Russian-occupied territories, the Russian Federation, and Belarus, cannot be underscored enough. And that events such as this one remain crucial, both in terms of raising awareness, but also signaling the position of the international community. We must remain mindful, however, that the deportation and transfer, although perhaps the most obvious or outwardly obvious, only represents one of many crimes against and affecting children perpetrated by the Russian Federation in Ukraine. Children equally fall victim to conflict-related sexual violence and suffer the consequences of indiscriminate attacks on civilian infrastructure, including hospitals and educational facilities, just to name a few. Vice versa, let us also not forget that children are not the sole victims of deportation and transfers. That pain is shared by their families, parents, grandparents, and indeed, society as a whole. This only further underscores not only how not a single crime committed during this international armed conflict occurs in a vacuum, but how all have a profound long-term effect. As I said yesterday, the reality is that accountability for international crimes and the justice it will bring is intrinsically linked to the future of our common humanity. That has become even more clear after the testimonies we have heard this morning. And now that we can all vividly imagine the suffering some of the children have been forced to endure. It is imperative to move the discussion to the legal and political avenues that allow us to mitigate their pain, or better yet, contribute to avoiding its reoccurrence altogether. Or, at the very least, in those instances where we fail to do so, hold those responsible to account and provide redress. To delve into this discussion, I'm most pleased to introduce you to our lineup of speakers, who I in turn will invite to the stage. Although each of the speakers possesses a resume that alone could fill this hour that has been accorded to us, I will keep it short and simple. Google can help you find the rest. Our first speaker that I would like to invite to take a seat is also one of the patrons of this conference. President Egils Levits, President of Latvia from 2019 to 2023, former judge at the European Court of Human Rights as well as the European Court of Justice, and currently the Special Representative for International Law and State Responsibility for the Republic of Latvia. May I please welcome you. In the meantime, our second speaker, Mr. Jim O'Brien, Assistant Secretary for Europe and Eurasia at the US Department of State, could not be here in person, but has been so kind to provide us with opening remarks in the form of a video message. I propose that we listen to those words after I finish introducing the rest of the panel, and after we have heard from President Levits. Our third panelist is Dr. Robert Zile, Vice President of the European Parliament since 2022. A politician and economist, Mr. Zile has been Latvian member of the European Parliament in the Conservatives and Reformist group since 2004. At the European Parliament, his portfolio includes, amongst others, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, a crucial cornerstone of Europe's response to socio-economic hardship caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Good afternoon, sir. And our final panelist is a prominent lawyer and human rights activist who has spent 30 years dedicated to the pursuit of equal justice, to promoting and protecting basic rights, and to preserving the rule of law. That work has brought her to lead hundreds of human rights delegations in over 60 countries worldwide on a variety of topics, including, amongst many others, children's rights. Ms. Carrie Kennedy, President of the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Foundation. Welcome. That concludes my opening remarks, and I will pass the floor to President Levits for his 5 minutes of opening remarks.
Thank you very much. So, the question is why this conference is needed. Whether after this conference all the deported children will come back. I would say that it depends from the victory of Ukraine, But in the same time, it is for the international community to promote this victory of Ukraine, to not to forget these victims, the specific victims of this unjustified war, and also to maintain the already reached level of international law. Because international law is the basis for global peace. And if the international law is violated without adequate response on the legal level, and of course of political level, but I'm speaking now on legal level, then of course such kind of aggression could become normal, as President Viti Freiberger said before. We should have a clear distinction between right and wrong, also on legal issues and on political issues. And therefore, international jurisdiction, international judicial institutions are contributing not only to the solving of specific issues, like here, but also in general, it is such institutions are indispensable for maintaining the peace in the world. And I would like first to mention some measures of especially European Union or also international community concerning the investigation and possible court proceedings concerning Russian war against Ukraine. Also, there are 3 steps to come to a judgment, and I will not go to the first step. This is execution of a judgment, but we are only in the first step now. Also, first step is collection of evidence. A court judgment cannot be delivered without solid evidences. And the collection of evidence, it is possible already now, and there are some institutions which are doing so. I would say that this war is a most documented war in the history. The Second World War was not so good documented, and others too. But this is very well documented, but of course it is necessary to do it. So, collection of evidence. I would say here there are 3 specific international institutions which are involved. First, coordination of the collection of evidence on European Union level. Different institutions, especially European Commission, is coordinating the efforts of the member states with Ukraine. Second, is also very important, and I am very glad that today is Madame Kennedy is also here. Second, documentation and collection of evidence by NGOs. NGOs are doing great work in different parts of Ukraine and in different levels to collect the evidence for later court proceedings, and thank you for that. Also, European Union level, then NGO level. And it's interesting also, I think not very many people will know that there is already a draft of a convention on international cooperation in the investigation and prosecution of the crime of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes in Ukraine. Also, this is a draft, and already 77 states have said that it's positive, it's a positive appreciation and supporting that. We will see that maybe in this year there would be already this draft convention ready for signing. But this is the first step. The second step is investigation. Investigation on the basis of evidence. Also, collection of evidences and investigation. Also, in the first place, I would mention International Criminal Court. International Criminal Court, which is the main and the highest court in this field in the world, started the investigations already in March 22, also some weeks after the full-scale invasion. And in summer, in 17 March 23, International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants against Putin and Lvova Belova. We have mentioned already that because of suspicion of genocide and other war crimes and genocide. And concerning genocide, it's important also because of the topic of our conference. The genocide includes one case of genocide. There are several cases which could be qualified as genocide, but one case of genocide is the bringing the children of one group to another group with the intention to destroy partly or fully the first group. And this is also, therefore, this cases of Russification. So this is the destruction of the Ukrainian identity, and exact that is distinguishing this crime from other war crimes. And I can remember on Nuremberg Tribunal, where also one case of several cases brought before the German war criminals was that they organized the bringing from Polish children, but I assume also by other occupied countries, but especially from Poland, to Germany in order to Germanize them. And this was also one of the crimes. Also, this is International Criminal Court. The investigations are going on, and we will see when they will be in the stage that the formal next step could be done. Then International Criminal Court, then Eurojust. Eurojust is a special agency of the European Union which is coordinating the support of member states for Ukraine, collecting also evidence database and doing also all necessary support for Ukrainian prosecutor's office. Then it's only in discussion now, but we should bear in mind these proposals to establish a specific international special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Why it is necessary? Because normally it would be on the competence of International Criminal Court. But for certain judicial reasons, it is not competent in this case. In other cases, it's competent, but not in this case. But I will not explain this relatively complicated exclusion, which is not logic, but it is. And therefore, in such cases, it is possible to establish, also in principle possible, to establish special tribunal for a specific case, not for general, because International Criminal Court is responsible for the whole world, also in general, but for specific cases. And sometimes international community has done so, and the first and most famous case is international special tribunal for Yugoslavia, established 1993, Then there was other similar precedents like International Tribunal for Rwanda, then Special Tribunal for Cambodia, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and so on. Therefore, there are also discussions whether in this case such kind of special tribunal could be established in order to investigate the crime of aggression, which is the so-called mother crime, the crime of the crime. Without aggression, there would be no other war crimes, including this deportation of children. So we are in the stage of discussion, and now there are different proposals, real international tribunal or hybrid tribunal or so-called third possibility. So we will see what will be done in this case. So, of course, in the first place...
Mr. President, if I may...
I will say only one word concerning Ukraine. Also, of course, I mentioned some international instruments and some international efforts. But of course, the main problem lies by the Ukraine and Ukrainian authorities. And yesterday there was Prosecutor General here, and today there are also representatives of the Prosecutor's Office, including you. You are giving some support for them, which are investigating also very intensively. And there are already some cases where the perpetrators were brought to Ukrainian courts, and already there are judgments. But now there are several hundred cases where the investigations are ongoing. So I would stop then here because there are some other international efforts, and to conclude that such kind of concentrated international efforts in order to realize justice in Ukraine means two things. First, redress to the victims, including, of course, the children, but in much more general terms, reparations for Ukraine. This is one element. The second element is that the persons who are responsible for these crimes should be brought to justice. Justice by the court, done by the court. And it is also necessary to build up this international justice structure. Then, if it would be possible, then the persons will be brought before the court. But the argument that immediately, next week, it is not possible to bring the persons before the court is not a valid argument. Not a valid argument for, in terms of justice, but also we see other examples that many persons are brought before the court years later. But we need this international infrastructure. And also the conference, one of the goals of the conference is to strengthen such international judicial infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for these comprehensive remarks. And you touched upon a few things that will come back in my questions, including the arrest warrant for war crimes of deportation and transfer issued by the ICC, and also this interplay between return, facilitating return, and on the other hand, criminal accountability. Thank you. I propose that we now show the video of Mr. O'Brien, and then proceed with the next speaker.
Thank you. As a parent, I can't imagine the horror that many of you in the audience have endured. You imagine your country is invaded, normal life turned inside out, and you have to struggle to protect both your family and your country. And then as a parent, you're forced to choose between keeping your child with you in battle or sending them to a summer camp in the country that's just invaded yours. I think the horror that you must have felt is unimaginable when you realize that Russia had no intention of allowing your children to return home. Every intention of forcing your children to forget where they came from and who they are. And then to have your children told that you gave them away and you don't care whether you return home and that you don't remember your own children. President Rinkevich, Madam First Lady, Minister Karinch, Minister Labinia Ignere, all the distinguished panelists and guests. We're here today because thousands of parents, thousands of children endure the unimaginable cruelty of the Russian regime, which is forcibly separating Ukraine's children from their families. People in this audience have documented this so that the world can bear witness and stand in solidarity, and so that the truth cannot be denied when we look back on this time. We welcome the international community's continued collaboration to bring these children home. We stand with Ukraine in demanding the immediate return of every child who has been forcibly transferred or deported. We in the United States call on Russia to end its unspeakable cruelty and return these children to their parents. We also call on Belarus to cease immediately any participation in transfers of Ukrainian children. We demand accountability for those who have committed or enabled these crimes. Now, the scale and scope of Russia's systemic separation of Ukrainian children from their families, guardians, and homes is only more horrifying as we learn more. We're proud that we've supported independent research initiatives on this issue, including the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab's work through the Conflict Observatory. Among other findings, Yale finds that Belarus was directly involved in the transfers of children from occupied territory to Belarus, including personal collaboration between Belarus's leader, the authoritarian Alexander Lukashenko, and Russia's President Vladimir Putin. We support other organizations working tirelessly to find out where these children have been taken and to reunite them with their families. The U.S. is proud to have supported the creation and the renewal of the mandate for the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine through the UN Human Rights Council. We co-sponsored the invocation of the OSCE's Moscow mechanism to put a spotlight on this heinous system of child separation and to counter Russia's false narratives about its forcible child relocations. I was proud to play a part at the OSCE Ministerial this last November, calling attention to these findings and to the importance of the OSCE's work. Unfortunately, despite the increased attention to and the growing awareness of the magnitude and cruelty of Russia's actions, Russia continues to hold children who have been separated from their families and homes in parts of Ukraine that it has occupied. Far too few of these children have been returned home. We recognize the tireless work done by the government of Ukraine and Ukrainian civil society to find individual children, facilitate their release, and, very importantly, to support them on their return. All of us in the audience now, governments, civil society, and international organizations, must work together to bring all these children back safely. Our coordination is more needed than ever. I'd also like to applaud the government of Ukraine for reforming its own child protection system to provide better care to all Ukrainian children and ensure that all Ukrainian children thrive in a safe and nurturing environment, especially those returning from Russia. The international community must support Ukraine in these efforts as well, and we will. I want to extend a special thank you to Latvia for hosting this conference and for gathering the international community with the Ukrainian government and with representatives from Ukrainian civil society. I welcome this conference as an important step in concentrating our resources, encouraging coordination, and as an important step in continuing the fight for the safe return of these children. We will not forget them, their families, and the justice that is owed to them. Thank you very much.
I think these words resonate with all of us and have already been outspoken yesterday, today, several times, and will undoubtedly be again later this afternoon. Mr. Zile, may I ask you to provide us with your opening remarks?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I have a great honor to be...
Do you have a microphone, sir?
I just came from one place where I had a micro here, so before this meeting. Really, first of all, I would like to say thank you for the invitation. I have a great honor to be in a audience together with two presidents of Latvia, and also with very distinguished lawyers and working in as a judges, used to working as a judges and also prosecutors. And so I'm a politician and economist. That's why my intervention would be more purely political. And I would like to start with a role of European Parliament in all these processes, what is a conference, in a conference title and agenda. So I'm really proud to be in a one team with Roberta Metsola, current president of European Parliament. When war started in February 2022, Roberta was one of the first leaders of institutions or even heads of states who went to Kyiv. And I think it was absolutely crucial to show the political pressure of the parliament on the support of Ukraine. We immediately made the resolutions on Ukraine candidacy to European Union. Later on last year on the negotiations to start with the European Union, support military things, and of course on the topic of this today's debate on a immediate reaction for crimes that were done against children, deportations, and also separation from families, what Russia did in Ukraine. And also this issues of stateless for the children born in Lugansk and Donetsk region, which is mean they don't have even access to practically on Ukrainian citizenship, right? So they are stateless, and of course would be according Putin's plan to incorporate it as Russians and Russian citizens. So European Parliament approved about 30 resolutions concerning crimes in Ukraine done by Russia. And also, I think it's very important for European Parliament from political point of view as ICC issued the arresting warrant for Vladimir Putin on grounds of committing war crime on unlawful deportation of population, children, and unlawful transfer of population to occupied territories of Ukraine to Russian Federation, which of course opened very new opportunities also on political pressure from the European Parliament side. So, and also I just would like to name what also done. European Parliament allocated 120 million euros to support for NGOs who are working with separated Ukraine children from families. And also a good project, I think it was done together with Poland, announced initiative to identify and return Ukrainian children who have been forcibly removed from the country. And it's a road to create a kind of hotline for the parents and children communications, which I think was a very good step. So this is from the point of view of this current parliament. I hope the next parliament will continue this strong political support on, in general, on Russian crimes and Ukraine, and also support for Ukrainian children. And at the end, I'd just like to say how difficult sometimes, from my own experience, difficult to create understanding how those crimes in formerly in Soviet Union and now in Russia continue, how dangerous they are. So with some of my Western colleagues, Western European colleagues. So I remember how difficult it was since 2004. We started to do some resolutions of crimes of communism to be equal of Nazis' crimes in the Second World War, for example. We succeeded together with many Eastern European countries joined the European Union. Later on, I remember there come guests here in Riga from also they were shocked about when they visited the occupation museum or KGB museum. They were shocked, and some of them even went out because they were not in KGB museum, were not listened. So, and it's linked also to this current ugly crimes done by Russia. And I think it's a law to understand that ideology of those regimes are so similar with the new methods. For example, Russification was also known in the Soviet Union, but it was not so ugly like it is now in Ukraine, separation of children from the families, because perhaps those who are doing this strategy, how to win the minds of the younger generation, perhaps they understand, even if you have you have a media, you have information to public, but if the families are living together, so youngsters are working even in the kitchen, speaking with their parents, like we did in occupation times, and it saved us to, when it was opportunity, we got our independence back, because younger generation knew what was true and what is not true, what is white and what is black. And I think that's why those regimes decided to do as much as possible to cut the roots of Ukrainian children from their memories about language, culture, and family. So, and this is really genocide, like President already said about just a moment on legal terms, which I cannot do because I'm a politician and I cannot use a legal term. So there are lawyers who can do it much more precise than you. But I wish you really to make all those legal stages ahead, and it would be supported from political also, I think, in future. Definitely from European Parliament, I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the insight on the political aspects, on how at the EU level this topic keeps getting pushed forward, but also reminding us of the power of education, how awareness, both from the youth towards the older generation and the other way around, has impact on assisting in gathering the will necessary and necessary to investigate and prosecute these terrible crimes. Ms. Kennedy, may I ask you to say a few words?
Thank you so much. I think this conference is really, really important, because this is a conference not just about what the problem is, but what steps we can take to create change. So in my mind, there are a few things that we can do. First of all, we need to keep going back again and again and again and reminding people why we must win this war. Ukraine must win this war, and we must do everything we can to support Ukraine in those efforts for these kids. Not just for the children who we met today, but the children who have been kidnapped, for the children whose parents have been kidnapped and who have been left behind, for the children who've lost their limbs from this war, who I met many of them in a hospital just a couple of days ago, for the family members who have been split apart, who have been forced, the women and children who have had to become refugees, many of them here in Latvia. Thank God for Latvia for letting so many children in, for the 5,000 in school here, but who need to return home at some point. For all the kids who are left behind, who are trying to go to school and who are trying to live normal lives, but who can't because they're in the midst of war. But we also have to win this war because Ukraine is on the front lines of the values we hold most dear. The values of freedom, the values of democracy, the legal structures that have protected Europe for the last 70 years from the wars that broke out in Europe for 2,000 years beforehand, again and again and again. And because Ukraine is not asking our children to go and fight for it. Ukraine is asking for the support they need so that they can fight this fight on our behalf. So I think those are all really important to come back to again and again and again. As the president said, we need to gather all the evidence. And we need to support the Prosecutor General Kostin in Ukraine, who, after all, is going to be prosecuting 99% of these cases. The other cases will be under the ICC, and we can take concrete steps to support the ICC as NGOs, but in conjunction, again, with the Prosecutor General, because we have to do this as a team. We can't do it in opposition to one another. So I think that's very important. Some concrete steps we can take from the US perspective is, why isn't the United States fully supportive of the ICC? And what can we do to overcome that lack of support? Are we seconding all of the people that we can from the Justice Department and from other special bureaus that can be supportive of the ICC? Can we overcome those issues? Can we overcome the issues of full financial support that have been objected to in our Congress? Are we fully supporting the Victims Fund? And if not, why not? So I think that those are some domestic questions that we have to address, but it would be helpful to get international support and questioning of the State Department and others with whom you meet about those concrete issues. And then I'll just say this in general. This is a tough issue. It's really tough. And I know everybody in this room is here because we believe we can make a difference. And frankly, if the people in this room can't make a difference, it's going to be hard for other people, because this is a room of very powerful, very capable people. But as the First Lady said earlier today, those kids are going to come back, and they're going to have a lot of, they will have experienced trauma, and they're going to have a lot of trouble overcoming that trauma. But not just them, everybody. It's hard to imagine anybody from Ukraine or in exile from Ukraine not having experienced trauma. And so, the solution to that is mental health. But it's really hard to get the mental health support you need unless it is socialized that mental health support is okay. Not just okay, but something we all seek. So I would say again and again and again, at every opportunity, talk about the importance of seeking mental health support. Talk about the normalization of that. Talk about the fact that it's hard to get to 50 years old without having experienced trauma, and in being in need of that, and that we should all be doing this so that people feel comfortable and get the help that they need going forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you for reminding us that this is a collective responsibility, for reminding us that victory is one of the priorities that we must not forget, for pointing out that this approach to accountability needs to be evidence-led, holistic, and needs to account for trauma that is endured by victims, by witnesses, by family members, by society as a whole, and that mental health support for that will play a crucial role. The opening statements you have all given link quite perfectly into one of my first questions, which focuses more on family reunification, repatriation, that has come up, been brought up by all of you. And then a brief statement before I ask you the question. The report of the International Commission of Inquiry of Ukraine asserts that the deliberate actions of the Russian Federation, hindering the return of deported Ukrainian children and thereby family reunification, amounts to an unjustifiable delay in repatriation. As much is also highlighted by statements by the prosecutor of the ICC on the issuance of the arrest warrants for Putin and Lvova Belova, which emphasize that there's an apparent intention of high-ranking Russian officials to keep children under Russian control. What, in your respective opinions, and noting your specific and distinct backgrounds, do you consider the most appropriate political or legal avenues to combat this intention? And it's a question to the floor, so whoever wants to address this first, please feel free to do so.
You mean the intention to keep
children in Russia?
In Russia, yeah.
What are the most appropriate legal or political avenues that you consider to combat that intention?
To combat that intention, of course, this is official politics of Russia, and it belongs to the general attitude of Russia towards Ukraine, and the general attitude is to extinct the existence, the very existence of Ukrainian state and Ukrainian nation, and this is one instrument also to bring children to Russia and integrate them as Russians in the Russian nation. Also, I think we cannot see this distinct from the general attitude of Russia against Ukraine. Therefore, in how we can address that, it is, of course, a crime. And we cannot, at the moment, bring the top responsible persons before the court. But what we can do now are two things. Also, first, to strengthen the existing and build, maybe, if necessary, other institutional institutions which can judge these cases. So if in the first case, International Criminal Court, but you know that International Criminal Court is depending from the support of the member states. It has not own budget which is it's formed by independent sources. Also, there is necessary to have political will to support International Criminal Court in order to investigate the case. And we in Latvia have done so by certain some, and other countries are doing also the same. Then, of course, the collection of evidences. The collection of evidences during the war. This is something new in international relations. I think it's one example for development of international law. Also, collection of evidences during the crime is still perpetrated. I think that after this war, this would be normal also in other such situations. Also, to strengthen the international institutions, and then, of course, this is what could be done now, immediately, and then we can say that when that would be possible, the persons who are perpetrators would brought before the court. Also, I think this preventive effect, we cannot underestimate this preventive effect. I said yesterday example that in Germany last year, a person who was also a perpetrator in Holocaust, also on the lowest level, was brought before the court in the age of 100 years. Also, it's possible also 70 years later. We cannot see preview what happens, what would be the situation then, but we can already prepare for such case. And one of, I said, to collect evidences, that means, of course, identify the cases of the children in this case. There are quite 20,000 cases are identified, but also to identify the persons who are the perpetrators. I think this is equally important. And a list of perpetrators, I think it would be also would have some preventive effect. That is what we can do now, immediately. And we should have political will, and I think Latvia and other countries has this political will, but we are collaborating with Ukraine in this respect. But also we can see globally, it's not a problem for Western countries to support these efforts. United States are also involved, as we heard here. But so-called global South is hesitating here. And why? We can more approach also the states of global South, so that this case became really global, not only as a case West and West on the one side and Russia or on the other side. This is a political task, very heavy task, very complicated task. But anyway, the European Union is supporting many states in the global South with huge financial means, and without conditions. Conditions could be also to be committed to international law. It's a very just and very simple condition. And I think this is also in order to put such condition to the help, I think it's necessary to have a political will from us, from the European Union, for example, or for US, also to include this in the necessary support for Global South. I am not doubting on that it is necessary, but I think with conditions. One condition I spoke as president is, of course, also good governance. Without such condition is relatively also not useless completely, but not very efficient. But here could be also another condition. In order to discuss that and to come to a decision, yes, it is a possible mean to do it, I think we should have a political discussion, and after that a political will. Also, that is answer what we can do and why it's necessary.
Do any of our colleagues wish to add something? I note also that we're running out of time, so there may be time for a very brief intervention.
Okay, I would say a couple of things. One is we have to support the crime of aggression, because that's what's going to hold Putin accountable. So we need to support that tribunal, because that's the only way that he'll finally be brought to trial. Second, we need to, as the president said, work with the Global South and with other countries that are not currently supportive, because that's extremely important. And then the third thing I would say is we need to figure out what the leaks are on the sanctions, and plug those leaks. Right now, there's somebody just told us yesterday that the wife of one of the Russian generals spent 3 months skiing in Courchevel this winter. Are you kidding me? Why? What is that about? So there's probably 10,000 Russians who are at Courchevel and all those resorts. They should, not one of them should be allowed there. And thank you. And as Mike Posner pointed out earlier, they're buying BMWs that they can't buy in Europe. They're buying them in the UAE. And so let's stop that. We have to stop the leaks.
Just not to repeat things that have been said already here on answering this question. So from the pressure point of view to Russia, of course, all these legal steps is necessary to perhaps create a special tribunal. Well, it's good pressure to make a global diplomacy around this approach to pressure Russia. But honestly speaking, if you would like to help those Ukrainian children who are now, they are forcibly changing to become Russians. So if you really would like to help them, so the only way I think it's to help the Ukraine military as much as possible financially to create the defense of Russia. And only this pressure can allow perhaps some steps from the Russian side to allow those children back to families. Other means it's a long term, and if you will lose, let's say, 5-10 years, those children already will be Russians, so let's be honest.
Thank you very much for all the distinguished panelists. I think we've learned very well on how everything is linked, and we've maybe gotten more questions than answers. But there will be time for more discussion after a short break. The next panel will continue on the same topic, and one of my colleagues from the Trust Crimes Advisory Group will take over. So we'll have 15 minutes for a short break, and I welcome you all back after to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, or good morning, good evening, wherever to those people watching online. My name is Kip Hale. I'm the Chief of Staff to the Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group for Ukraine, and also the Georgetown Law International Criminal Justice Initiative, which is the lead implementing entity of ACA, which I'll go into a little bit later. Let me first begin by thanking the organizers, both the Latvian government, the Ukrainian government, and all others who's helped. I think I speak for everyone in attendance and the panelists here, how well this has been organized and coordinated, which is most appropriate given the subject matter at hand. I come with apologies on behalf of Ambassador Clint Williamson, who is the lead coordinator of ACA. He would usually be in this situation, and also with apologies that you have to deal with me in his stead. If I could take a point of privilege before we get to our very impressive panel, I just thought I would provide a little bit of background information on some of the things I've already mentioned. One thing that sometimes I think is said by international criminal practitioners such as myself, that's the word atrocity crimes. The word atrocity crimes is an umbrella term that encapsulates war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and crimes of aggression. That term was created both to separate out the core international crimes that, again, we're all here to discuss and learn more about, but also to indicate that there's no hierarchy of crimes. That's very much we see in case here, unfortunately, in Ukraine, where we're seeing children being the victims of potentially all four of these atrocity crimes. As I mentioned, I'm the Chief of Staff to ACA, or the Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group. My employer would be remiss if I didn't mention what that is. The Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group for Ukraine is a joint initiative of the European Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom to provide on-the-ground expert practical support to the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine in their atrocity crimes work. And so this is the official support of those governments, again, on the ground. As you met earlier, my colleague Shyam Patel, he represents the EU assistance mission to Ukraine. I myself work for Georgetown Law, the lead implementing entity. And then there's some other entities that you've probably heard about who are part of ACA as well. Global Rights Compliance, International Development Law Organization, and Bravo Justice. Now, why is ACA important? And we're going to get to this, I'm sure, when we discuss with the panel. I always like to point this out when I'm speaking at such august gatherings such as this one, that what the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's Office is trying to do, and is successfully doing thus far, is unprecedented. It is unprecedented because it's a domestic jurisdiction that has unquestioned jurisdiction and competence for the atrocity crimes in their territory. They're doing it while they're prosecuting a hot kinetic war, and they're doing this while they're, with war crime and atrocity crimes investigators and prosecutors literally working alongside military officials who are already fighting this war. Now, in that regard, so there's something unprecedented, and hence ACA itself is an unprecedented response by the international community. One thing I want to also highlight, why is this support so important? I was recently at a conference in New York talking about this, and that the Yugoslav tribunal's last case was just about 6 months ago. Those were crimes that started in the early 90s. So this effort of what the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's Office is not months long, it's not years long, it's decades long. And that does sound daunting, but I definitely feel energized by the people in this room, the people that I've met, and the comments that we've heard, that we can accomplish that. So, I also want to make one final point before giving introductions to our panel, and that is my wife recently, when I started working for ACA last year, she mentioned to me that this is my 8th conflict that I've either investigated, prosecuted, or advised the investigators and prosecutors in doing that. And when I mention that, I often get people to ask me to try to compare conflicts, which is something I'm loath to do. I'm loath to also compare criminality. They're all incredible traumatic events. But I think given the subject matter that we're talking today, it is very important, as others have talked about, the multidimensional trauma that deportation of children has. Present-day trauma for their families and the children themselves, and without knowing what is going to come. And thankfully, if they are reunited, an ongoing trauma of what these children had to go through, what their family had to go through. And again, another aspect of the types of longevity of the support that we need to give to the Ukrainians. Now, let me introduce the panel, which gets to the part of the discussion that I have the most trepidation, and that is correctly pronouncing these names. So I apologize in advance for brutalizing all of your names. It is unintentional. But I'm going to present everyone. I'm just going to read their bios as you have in your program, and for the benefit of those watching online, as my colleague Sean said before, you have Google all in your hands right now. I'm sure you can find out more about them. And in order of their discussion, we are very grateful to have the Minister of Justice of Latvia, Ms. Ines Libiana Agrenesh, which I'm sure that was a bad first effort. We have speaking online, on the video, which will be in Ukrainian. So for those to highlight who do not speak Ukrainian, for your translators, Mr. Andrei Yermak, the head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, head of the Coordination Council for the Protection and Safety of Children, as a consultative and advisory body under the President of Ukraine. After that, we have Ms. Eliza von Hodenforge, the founder and executive director of the Lemkin Institute. And finally, we have Ms. Cecile Hellesveit, fellow at the Norwegian Academy of International Law. So without further ado, Minister, please, your opening remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished guests. It's an honor for me to represent here the Latvian government and especially the Ministry of Justice, knowing that the legal help in any ways to bring the perpetrators to justice and to help Ukraine to achieve justice and bring Russia accountable is one of our most priorities of the Ministry of Justice and in the government itself. And as the earlier panelists already discussed, it's of course not an easy task not to replicate everything what was said, but it is so important that we acknowledge that these awful tactics and psychological terror for the children kidnapped, these actions constitute a violation of Geneva Convention. It constitutes acts of genocide and constitutes war crimes. And this is a strategy which serves immediate military interests by pressuring Ukrainian society and government, while also aiming to project Russia as a protector of children for both domestic and international audiences. And of course, additionally, it's also a part of a demographic strategy to address Russia's declining population by integrating Ukrainian children into Russian society. So we should bear in mind also these very cold-minded strategic tasks as well. So while these barbaric war crimes are more or less exposed to the international community, we see that actually, even after 2 years, the war started, there is some kind of limited willingness to intervene. And it's maybe more understandable how to give some aid in money, how to give some aid in legal resources. But here you need really another kind of thinking what we can do. And I still think that we can do a lot. And maybe this is not like only like legal steps we can do, but I would like to propose here 3 critical steps, which I think everyone can do, not only lawyers or ministers, but actually everyone can do. And firstly, it's documenting the crimes. And this is not only about the legal documentation in the register of damages, but actually everyone can document in an era of social networks that these evidences can be used afterwards. So it's so important to document all kind of stories and which might help tracking these children's whereabouts, and also help between governments, NGOs, and also international agencies afterwards track those children. We saw also the stories that some of the documentaries made by Russian propaganda actually helped the children come back afterwards. The other, secondly, step, which is more international legal instrument, it is to find all kind of diplomatic and political channels. And this is, of course, primarily for us, European, Western countries, but actually, as we see, there are also channels which are now used from other countries, which can be helped through the NGOs, that they actually can contact the families. They sometimes, they even so-called buy out the children, which shouldn't be a legal action, but it's reality. And I think in these times we should take into account all means which could help the children. And thirdly, recognizing the immense psychological impact, I think it is so important that we actually prepare a system of rehabilitation for the children before they might unite with their families or relatives in Ukraine as well. And as we also saw in the first first panels here, there are so many needs. So these are my preliminary remarks, which are maybe not really legal from the way the Minister of Justice should say, but I think here we should really think out of the box and of course hold Russia accountable for all war crimes. But these children, they are actually a sideway of this war. This war on children is a sideway war, and we should tackle those crimes immediately today, not waiting until we, of course, all believe we will bring Russia accountable. But today we have to act for every kid. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. In addition, what I really liked about your 3 steps was where you began, when you talked about how everyone can play a role. It reminded me of, I worked at the Khmer Rouge Tribunal, and when it was operating, that it was actually a grant, a very small grant from the State Department to actually Yale University, who we have some of our colleagues there from Yale here today. And it was more or less one man who went around collecting Khmer Rouge documents for years. For years. And then when we were prosecuting that case some 30 years later, those documents were critical, were absolutely critical. So yes, you're completely right about how everyone can play a role in justice and accountability. It's not just for lawyers and investigators. So with that, I turn it over to our technology colleagues to put on Mr. Andrei Yermak's comments. And again, this will be in Ukrainian as far as I've been told.
Шановні колеги, вітаю всіх. Дякую за вашу увагу до долі наших дітей, яких вкрали російські агресори. Як сказав колись Нельсон Мандела, немає більш глибокого розкриття душі суспільства, ніж те, як воно ставиться до своїх дітей. І Україна продовжує боротися за своїх діточок. І ми не зупинимось, поки не повернемо усіх додому. Масштаби злочину та кількість страждань, завданих українським дітям, безпрецедентні. 16-річного Владислава з Мелітополя окупанти досить довго тримали у буцегарні. Майже цілодобово він чув крики українців, яких катували агресори. Час від часу хлопця змушували вимивати калюжі крові у катівні. На очах у Владислава помирав чоловік, який не витримав трьохдобових катувань струмом та порізав собі вени. Інших дітей окупанти жорстко били та катували. Багатьох насильно розділили з батьками у так званих фільтраційних таборах. Ми маємо свідчення знущання над дітьми під час так званого оздоровлення в окупованому Криму. Росіяни роблять все можливе, щоб ускладнити процес пошуку та повернення. Дітей постійно переміщують. Їм видають нові документи і російське громадянство, щоб стерти будь-які сліди. Вони заохочують усиновлення наших дітей. Чинять тиск безпосередньо на самих дітей через підкуп, погрози, розрив будь-яких зв'язків з родичами. На жаль, для всіх нас глобальна система безпеки виявилася неефективною. Не було запропоновано жодних рішень чи інструментів, щоб зупинити масштабну російську агресію. Нічого, щоб захистити наших людей. Нічого, щоб зупинити викрадення українських дітей. Нічого, щоб забезпечити їх безпечне повернення додому. Але ми не зупинимось і шукаємо рішення. За ініціативи президента України ми започаткували Bring Kids Back UA. Цей план дій охоплює всі аспекти цього трагічного питання. Від повернення дітей до їхньої реінтеграції, від адвокації до розвитку сімейних форм виховання, від документування злочинів Росії до міжпарламентської взаємодії. Наш моральний обов'язок – знайти рішення, які спрацюють. Для цього маємо об'єднати міжнародну спільноту в глобальних зусиллях з повернення наших дітей. Зрештою, маємо убезпечити дітей у всьому світі від подібних злочинів. Кілька тижнів тому ми створили міжнародну робочу групу Bring Kids Back UA, співголовою якої є баронеса Гелена Кеннеді. Група об'єднання експертів високого рівня з гуманітарної, юридичної та дипломатичної сфер, а також визнаних фахівців у сфері захисту дітей. У світі немає жодної країни, здатної самотужки впоратися з цим величезним викликом. Для координації спільних зусиль на рівні держав ми створили міжнародну коаліцію країн за повернення українських дітей. Ми дуже вдячні Канаді за цю ініціативу. 2 лютого відбудеться друга зустріч коаліції, яка буде присвячена технічним та практичним крокам, як учасники можуть допомогти Україні повернути наших дітей, аби вони знову змогли опинитися вдома у безпеці. Повернення усіх українських полонених та викрадених дітей – один із найважливіших пунктів запропонованої президентом Володимиром Зеленським формули миру, над реалізацією якої вже працюють понад 80 країн зі всіх континентів. І ми дуже вдячні кожному з депутатів Парламентської асамблеї Ради Європи, які одноголосно минулого тижня ухвалили резолюцію на підтримку українських дітей. Документ закликає національні парламенти усіх держав-членів Ради Європи ухвалити рішення, які б визнали депортації, примусове переміщення та невиправдані затримки з репатріацією українських дітей злочином геноциду. І я хочу висловити величезну подяку абсолютно всім, хто не може залишатися осторонь і допомагає у нашій благородній справі. Навіть просто розповсюджує інформацію про російські злочини та долю українських дітей. Світ має знати правду. Українці дякують всім вам. Дуже вам дякую. Слава Україні!
Mr. Yermak, for those words, which in the beginning made me realize how much depravity is a blueprint almost across conflicts. I mean, to hear that the types of things that not only, of course, the deportation, but what children are being faced to do and other levels of criminality, but also heartening to hear his words about the level of support that Ukraine is receiving in all these important initiatives in that regard. So now we turn to Elisa for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank, of course, I want to start by thanking the organizers of this event for the invitation to participate. It is really a great honor to be here and to be part of this important initiative to return all stolen Ukrainian children to their homes and to their identity. So I work with a genocide prevention organization, and our goal is, of course, to prevent genocide. And one of the reasons that it's so important that we recognize the genocidal dimensions of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, particularly the transfer of children, is so that we can make better policies, recognizing red flags before conflict and during conflict are incredibly important for making the right policies that have the best chances for a good outcome for victims and survivors. The Lemkin Institute has been tracking the genocidal aspects of Russia's invasion of Ukraine since before February 2022, when Russia invaded. We were placed on alert in particular by Vladimir Putin's denial and therefore his criminalization of the Ukrainian identity in his speeches before the invasion, which signaled to us that he intended to destroy the Ukrainian identity in whole. His accusations against Ukraine that it was committing genocide against Russians in Donbass were another red flag for us, as Putin was employing a very common tactic used by genocidaires, which is called projection or mirroring, when perpetrators accuse their soon-to-be victims of committing the very crime that the perpetrator intends to commit against them. We noted our concerns about a threatened genocide in our first statement on the invasion from February 26th, 2022. At that point, we weren't sure if Putin would put his genocidal intent into action. And we followed up with a statement on genocide in Ukraine on March 20th, in which we laid out the evidence of genocide on the ground. Between February 26th and March 20th, Russia's actions on the ground signaled that Putin intended to put his publicly stated genocidal intent into action through the indiscriminate shelling of cities, including hospitals and schools and other buildings that are off limits in war, through the brutal siege of Mariupol, and through the kidnapping and forced displacement of people in regions it occupied. At this point, we were not aware of the forcible transfer of children in particular. Since that time, the evidence of genocidal intent has only mounted. In particular, Russia is guilty of specific atrocities, what I've called in my own scholarly work life force atrocities, that are highly correlated with the crime of genocide. We find them in all genocides. These include gang rapes, rapes in front of family members, symbolic mutilations of bodies, symbolic violence against the Ukrainian identity, the separation of families, and of course now, as we know, the transfer of children. We were alerted to the transfer of children, to this particular crime, by the Regional Center for Human Rights, a Ukrainian-based NGO staffed mostly by wonderful young lawyers. And they had been documenting the transfer of children by Russia from Crimea, from occupied Crimea, since 2014. They had already identified this crime as a possible indicator of genocidal intent. And I think their work is an example of how important it is to recognize red flags of genocide in order to make good policy. Perhaps had we taken those crimes more seriously, the crime of transfer of children, as evidence of possible genocidal intent, we would have crafted better policies. The international world would have crafted better policies between 2014 and 2022. Russia's policy of separating Ukrainian children from their natal home and transferring them to the Russian nation and to the Russian identity is, I believe, one of the clearest indicators of genocidal intent that we have in this war. Its victims are not only the children themselves, as has been pointed out by many, who suffer terribly from this violation of their rights, but also their families, their wider communities, and the nations, since children really are the sacred treasures of collective life, and their harm affects ever-widening circles of people. We have seen this in many previous genocides. This is one of the reasons that the transfer of children is recognized as an act of genocide in Section 2E of the Genocide Convention, and is also understood in scholarship as a core feature of the genocidal process. We have seen children transferred to the perpetrator group in many cases of genocide, including the settler colonial genocides in North America and Australia, the Armenian genocide from 1915 to 1923, the so-called dirty war in Argentina that is increasingly being interpreted as a genocide, and the ISIS genocides against the Yazidi and Christian communities of Iraq and Syria. The transfer of children was also, as we know, an integral part of the Nazis' genocidal domination of Eastern Europe in the form of the Lebensborn Project. At the Lemkin Institute, we view the transfer of children to be a pattern of genocide in its own right, for it constitutes an assault on the organizing principle of group identity, which is the family, however we define that. By transferring children, perpetrators simultaneously appropriate the biological resources of the target group, enriching their own group in the process, and destroy the identity of the target group through the immeasurable harm, long-term harm caused by the separation of families and the destruction of communities. Despite the ubiquity of the transfer of children during genocidal processes, it is in fact a neglected crime of genocide, or at least within international jurisprudence on genocide, which has focused primarily on killing and mass murder as evidence of genocide. That is on paragraph 2A, on Article 2A of the Genocide Convention, which is killing members of the group. So in this way, I think Ukraine's efforts to call attention to the genocidal nature of the transfer of children and to find justice for this crime and to bring the children home are a positive intervention in international law and will move forward our global understanding of genocide in very productive ways, thus helping humanity in the future, thus helping future communities who are threatened by genocide. Sometimes the most critical evidence of genocide is not killing, but efforts to undermine group cohesion as a way of destroying the group, which are covered in other parts of the Genocide Convention, and transferring children is one of the clearest ways to undermine group cohesion, and one of the most effective ones. The implications of ignoring the genocidal intent of Russia's transfer of Ukrainian children, and I think they're very important, these implications, are that we all then will continue to live in a world where one of the most harmful forms of genocidal destruction continues to go unrecognized and unpunished, granting impunity by failing to publicly condemn its true nature. International failure to recognize genocidal acts is a form of denial and a means of granting impunity for genocide to current and future genocidaires. We must all continue to build the case for genocide, therefore, in legal circles, in official circles, and in global public opinion, so that increasing numbers of people begin to see the existential threat to the Ukrainian identity that the transfer of children poses. In the transfer of children, we see the threat very clearly. Justice and healing demands that we recognize the genocidal nature of this threat, and our shared humanity demands it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. That when you define mirroring, that such a horrible tactic that we do see constantly across different conflicts. And what I really wanted to highlight of what you said, with successful genocide cases in court, it requires that multifaceted, deep analysis that you're talking about, particularly bringing to light things that are not so facially, we don't really see right away, with data analysis, with other forms of deep analysis. That is really important to be shedding that light on the possibility of any type of crime, but certainly with respect to genocide. So without further ado, our final opening remarks. Cecilia, I turn over to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. And thank you to the Latvian host for the invitation and the honor of participating in this most important conference. I'm an international lawyer and a conflict researcher, and last year I served as an international independent expert under the OECE Moscow mechanism, and I co-authored the report on deportation and forceful transfer of Ukrainian children by the Russian Federation. It was presented to the OECE states in May of last year. And let me also convey my sincerest condolences to the Ukrainians present for the continuing crimes being committed by the Russian Federation in not bringing the situation with the deported children to an end. Now, I will make 3 points in terms of international law and the Russian deportation of Ukrainian children. I will limit my presentation to the laws of armed conflict, humanitarian law, and international human rights law, since Elisa has made the case for genocide. Now, these norms are the norms upon which the criminal jurisprudence is made. So, international criminal law, as expressed in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, is based upon the norms of IHL. They are not always the same. International criminal law requires a qualified violation, while you can still violate IHL. And in this subject of deportation, there is a range of different types of violations. Some of them amount to war crimes, some of them are violations, and they are systematic, and they are very serious, although they do not necessarily, in and of themselves, individually amount to that gravest type of violations. Now, firstly, as former Latvian President Ms. Freiberger recalled, with this little resilient boy and his mother in the previous panel, this is war. It's an exceptional situation. In situation of peace, deportation is lawful under international law within certain boundaries, certain exceptions. Now, in situation of war between two states or more, this changes. Deportation is prohibited. That is the point of departure, with certain exceptions. Now, there is one situation where there is no exception, and that is when there is forceful transfer
or deportation of unaccompanied children into the hands or territory of the enemy belligerent. This is totally prohibited. If children are without their guardians or parents, the non-consensual transfer or deportation of children is a violation of the laws of war, often and increasingly amounted to a range of different war crimes. This is the first thing. Now, secondly, unlike the question of acts amounting to genocide, which is, as we know, often a controversial question, there are a number of different processes going on, and states disagree on this issue. The situation we're talking about when it comes to IHL and human rights law, this is not complicated, it is not complex, it is not controversial. It is strikingly simple. The rules are stated in the Geneva Conventions, to which all states in the world are ratifying parties, and the additional protocol, where the rules on children are customary in nature, thus binding all states in the world. These rules have the purpose of protecting children from the scourges and scars of war, and to shielding their families from the grief of loss, and to guard each belligerent party to the armed conflict and their populations against the unbearable prospect of losing their future generations, either to the war itself, meaning that they lose their life, or losing them to the enemy belligerent. And this is what is at stake here. These children represent the future of Ukraine. They are currently in the hands of the enemy party, being brought up as if they were Russians. It's another way of losing out. So there is an absolute prohibition under international law, and there is a shared interest, and this is an important point, there is a shared interest of all states in the world in preventing children from becoming an instrument of war. So this is one of the most uncontroversial parts of the international law of war. Now, I would just go into some of the findings that the mission found last year. We looked at the situation as it was 1 year ago, in April of last year, and we divided the situation into 3 different parts. The transfer by the Russian Federation of Ukrainian children, then the treatment of the children in Russian hands, and thirdly, the return of the children. Now, when it comes to the transfer itself, in certain circumstances, the Russian argument that this was done for medical evacuation or evacuation out of zones of hostility had merit. Other situations were deeply unlawful, particularly when Russian forces were retreating from Ukrainian occupied territory, bringing along children, deeply unlawful. And the most disturbing point with respect to filtration, where children are being separated from their parents, perhaps because there is no detention facilities, but it appears to be an instrument of punishment, and this is deeply unlawful under the laws of war. But whether or not the original reason for the deportation or transfer of children is lawful or unlawful or war crimes, international law requires that the children must be returned. There must be a return of the children. There must be a system for the return of children. Under the Fourth Geneva Conventions, you need to have information, national information bureaus. They must constantly collect and update information on the whereabouts and identity of these children. Now, that is a system that is wholly lacking with the Russian Federation. So the mission found that while the Russian Federation had a pretty good system for transferring Ukrainian children into the hands of the Russian Federation, it had no system, which it is obliged to do, to transfer them back, returning them to Ukraine or to third countries. Because since this is a war between 2 states, third states are also brought into the equation. Third states have an obligation to facilitate that these children do not remain in the hands of the Russian belligerent, because that is the core of the illegality under these rules. Then we looked at the treatment of the Ukrainian children in Russian custody. And here, of course, there is a range of obligations under IHL and under human rights law and the Convention on the Rights of the Child to protect these children. They must be treated humanely, they have special needs, and there is the special interest of the child. And as we also heard from the witnesses of the children this morning, and in line with what the mission found, many of these rights of the child are disregarded or violated in Russian custody. Actually, an entire panoply of rights are violated. Most importantly, the right to identity. When these children are absorbed into the Russian educational system, into Russian families, into the Russian language, their identity is slowly being removed. And this is basically the core of the issue, because it is not necessarily about how they are treated. Are they treated as if they were Russian children? Even if they are treated better than Russian children, there is a big problem. In fact, this is a situation in which it is the very presence of these children in the hands of Russians that is the problem. The better they are treated, the faster the assimilation may go. So we are in a kind of a special situation when it comes to the right of the child in this situation. It's counterintuitive, of course. The better the children are treated, the more serious the crime. But this is the situation. Thirdly, and finally, this can be solved. Unlike most of the war crimes and crimes against humanity that I deal with in my work, they are not irreversible. This is a reversible situation. And as time goes by, the seriousness and gravity of this crime increases. Children are extremely vulnerable to become lost to the enemy in a massive war such as the one that Russia is conducting against Ukraine. And there are clear obligations on Russia to facilitate the return of these children to Ukraine, or if the Russians argue that conditions in Ukraine are not satisfactory, the Russians have an obligation to make sure that these children are transported into third countries in waiting for the situations in Ukraine to change. There are clear obligations under both IHL and human rights law on third parties to do what they can to bring this situation to an end. And I would also emphasize that the Geneva Conventions, Article 1, makes it both a right and a duty on all ratifying states to the Geneva Convention to make sure that the conventions are respected at all times. This is not irreversible.
Thank you. Indeed. Thank you, Cecilia. I was thinking when you were refreshing our memories, which doesn't need any refreshing, but still needs to be verbalized, how extremely vulnerable children are in these situations. And we sometimes see them as so brave dealing with us, but the lasting impacts, both short-term and long-term, are so significant. And one other thing I would be remiss to also not bring up the crimes against humanity. You did such a tour de force of international humanitarian law, and for the benefit of those watching online and here in the audience, crimes against humanity is a widespread and systematic attack on a civilian population with enumerated crimes underneath it, one of which is deportation, another one of which is persecution. And so one thing to kind of topic du jour that's happening in the international legal sphere is that crimes against humanity is a customary international law. It is nothing like, as Cecilia was talking about and as Elisa was talking about, we're talking about conventions that currently in New York, and the International Law Commission is working on a crimes against humanity convention, which is incredibly important, not just because of the need for a definition. We already have the definition. But for all the other, as you were saying, Cecile, all the other obligations that then puts on a state, particularly mutual legal assistance, things I'm sure the minister here is dealing with all the time now lately. So now to some questions. So the audience knows, and everyone online, I have not prepared them. They're being put on the spot. So to help prepare them a little bit, I wanted to ask one question first to Cecile and Elisa, and then one to the panel, to give you some time to think about my second question. A little bit of an easy one, but this is something, Elise, you were mentioning to me over email. And I think it's important to say, what is the normative and legal response to Russia saying, we're doing this to protect children? We're doing this to help them. Why are you trying to come after us, make us look bad? We're actually protecting these children. So I'd like for you to strike upon that. And my second question is, again, a theme that I've been talking about what we can learn from other conflicts. Given the fact that all of you have worked on other conflicts, given the fact that Latvia is a longtime supporter of the International Criminal Court, having been involved in different conflicts around the world, what are the lessons learned, be it both at a legal and or a political aspect? What are the lessons learned that we can help the Ukrainians with, that the Ukrainians should be made aware of, that we have an obligation to bring those lessons learned to them? So I'll start again with my first question, because I think it's important to touch upon pushing over this defense by the Russian government. And then if you guys can all then discuss about this lessons learned question, that would be most appreciated. I leave for all of you to decide who dives in first.
Well, I'll hop in first in terms of the response to Russia. I mean, this was a war of choice for Russia. Russia stated that it was preventing genocide in invading Ukraine. That is now at the ICJ. We're going to hear their determination about whether or not Russia was abusing the Genocide Convention in saying this. There is really no evidence that Russia was preventing genocide, and this again was a type of mirroring that Russia was doing. So, you know, it's an excuse, but it's also further evidence of genocidal intent against Ukrainians. So this was a war of choice. So to protect children, Russia could stop the war, and it could give back the territories that it has claimed from Ukraine. That would be the way to protect children in this context. But I think there's another layer here. When Russia says it's protecting children, if, say, it's not protecting children necessarily from the war zone, what else could it be protecting children from? Well, President Putin has said that the Ukrainian identity is a criminal identity, that politicized people in Ukraine who believe in this Ukrainian state are criminals. And so in that way, this statement that Russia makes, that it's protecting children, is further evidence of genocidal intent, in that it could also mean that Russians view their transfer of children as a liberation of Russian children from this false Ukrainian identity that their parents and their communities have imposed against them. That is a very genocidal way of thinking. It's part of a denial of identity strategy that certain genocidaires do use. So those are my responses, is that Russia's attempts to sort of whitewash its crime in a way further support the argument that Russia is committing genocide and threatens the existence of Ukraine and Ukrainianness as such. Thank you.
Okay, so I will give the answer from the perspective of humanitarian law.
Yeah.
And as I said, there are no exceptions to this rule. This is a prohibition to which there are no exceptions, meaning that intention is irrelevant. It is prohibited, period. Now, I do believe my experience with countries at war, with populations at war, is that there are a lot of psychological mechanisms that hit in for everybody. Now we're talking about, you know, the average Russian family in Russia. They are subject to an enormous propaganda pressure. This is what happens to any
population at war. They believe that they are rescuing these children. A number of them, well, some do it for money, some do it for other reasons, but some of them do it for their good of hearts. They do believe that they are doing the right thing. It does not change the fact that it is a crime. And it's important because in genocide, intention is so important. When it comes to war crimes, intentions are irrelevant. These are absolute rules. Precisely for this reason, that there are no exceptions. Now, this is one of the things. So whatever the Russian authorities are saying to justify that they are not following these rules, it does not matter. Point number one. Point number two, there is a more cynical analysis to this, and we also touched upon this in our report, that the information bureau system and the communication between the two belligerent parties, the Ukrainian state and the Russian state, does work to some extent when it comes to the Third Geneva Convention, which is about prisoners of war, because Russia has soldiers in Ukrainian captivity, and Ukraine has Ukrainian soldiers in Russian captivity. There is a reciprocal interest of complying with the system. When we move over to the Fourth Geneva Convention, we are talking about populations under military occupation. And in the Russian mind, there is no occupation. This is a new Russian territory. So that brings on a more cynical dimension to this, that the Russian Federation is complying with some of its obligation when it has a reciprocal situation, but it does not when it does not have a reciprocal situation. And these are things that states ratifying members to the Geneva Conventions not only have a right to push Russia on, but I believe they have a duty to do so, and I also believe that they have a strong, deep interest, because the signals of the world is that we are moving from a period where the Geneva Conventions regulating wars between states has not really been a part of our world. For the last 3 decades, 95% of the armed conflicts in the world have not been between states. But seemingly, we might be heading, unfortunately, for a period where these rules are going to be much more important to protect populations, civilian populations, and children.
Thank you indeed. So now going to my second question, and thank you again for that tour de force, both of you. Starting with you, Minister, lessons learned. What have we learned in the past from other unfortunate conflicts, from your perspective as a Minister of Justice, political again or legal? What are these lessons that we should be imparting on the Ukrainians, our obligation to tell them?
Thank you for this really so important question, because now, being in the 21st century, I think we should look back to the 20th century and the lessons learned looking back to the Second World War.
Yeah.
The so-called winners of the Second World War, Soviet Union, was never held accountable for the war crimes they have done here on the soil of Latvia and the other democratic states, occupying them, taking children and other people into deportation to Siberia. And that was actually in the eyes of the international community, but that was never, ever taken seriously as a subject of a war crime for decades. And now, looking back, we actually see that this seed of colonial thinking and colonial dreams of Putin is actually rooting back to the Second World War. And this is one of the most important lessons learned, that whatever the political situation is, and how important it is to remain in peace for the time being, it's so important always bring those were perpetrators for trial, always. And I think we should never ever come back to the situation that there are some kind of people called winners which don't obey the international law, the humanitarian law, and actually are not held accountable.
Thank you, Minister, to bringing that back right here, as you said, to Latvia, and hearing your words about what are the knock-on effects if we don't have accountability. It goes to show that there's a lot of brilliant academic researchers that have shown through empirical evidence that when countries make that very difficult choice, very difficult political choice to look inwards and hold accountable themselves, or of course belligerents that have affected them, that there's a higher percentage chance of durable peace. There's a higher percent chance that these countries will be democratic. There's a higher percentage chance that those countries will have a deeper recognition and respect for human rights. So your words, Minister, certainly resonate with me and the evidence that is out there. So to my other questions, Elisa, please, lessons learned.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate this accountability is so important for all the reasons both of you stated. And actually, countries or societies that do not look inward after a mass atrocity event are 3 times more likely, this has been statistically shown, than other countries to engage in mass atrocities in the future. And so perhaps Russia has been a problem for a long time that was ignored, right? And now we see the consequences of ignoring Russia's crimes during and before and after World War II. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's very important. Lessons learned, I think another is that justice can be very slow. It's very slow for so many survivors of genocide. The Armenians are still dealing with a state that committed genocide against them that denies it, and there haven't been effective justice processes for that. So it's incredibly important. Hopefully we'll have a better outcome with Ukraine, right, with this case, but it's also incredibly important, and I see the Ukrainians already doing this, so this is more a sort of show of support, but it's incredibly important to document, to write your own narrative, to get the story out, to teach it to your children, right, to incorporate this lived experience and the way that you define it into collective life, even in the absence of or in the presence of a slow-moving legal system. This is not to say I think accountability is the most important thing, as a matter of fact, but in terms of long-term resilience, that story building, right, and that reweaving of society in the wake of such a massive catastrophe is also incredibly important.
Please.
Very brief comment from
please.
me. I'm going to zoom a little bit out from deportation and just make one reflection. I have been working on the laws of armed conflict and conflicts in the world for now almost 3 decades. And most of those wars have been non-state, non-international armed conflict, or what we call common Article 3 situations. And in these wars, international law is not really well adjusted. It doesn't really fit. We don't have the institutions, we don't have the mechanisms. So we have gotten used to this kind of not so institutionalized instrument. And we have been saying for 3 decades, this is because we don't have wars between states. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? That is what we have in Ukraine. Unfortunately, it's a war of aggression. It could end tomorrow. We know how. It doesn't. And for as long as it continues, we have a war between 2 states. We have the instruments for that. We have developed them from the Second World War in the 1990s with the strengthening of international criminal law as well. And this brings me to my point. This, to some extent, is the test. Will the system work for the type of armed conflict for which it was actually constructed? And if we don't get this one right, then God help us all.
Yes, I almost feel like ending on that word. It's, you know, when hearing all that, it's just political will, political will, political will. We have the instruments, we have the ways, we have the pathways. It's political will. I will end on one thing, because I know the organizers will appreciate that to stay close to on time. But I just wanted to share one vignette that part of my work. Late last year, I was down in Dnipro, meeting with prosecutors and investigators from the occupied zones of Luhansk and Donetsk. Actually, one of the cases that they brought up, unfortunately, of course, I cannot give you details for confidentiality purposes, but one of the cases that they did bring up was related to deportation of children. And I wanted to end with this to hit on a theme that we've all been talking about. It was so encouraging to see so many governments, NGOs, and individuals that they were getting evidence, getting materials from all these different sources to build those cases. And so, again, we're faced with such depravity and immense criminality, but to see the response, again, is enlightening. It is enheartening. And please, I say that for everyone to continue with your work in your various lanes, what brought you here to the conference and what brought you here online. So with that, thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to the organizers. And I think we have a 15-minute gap now. Thank you.
Ukraine and its allies are tirelessly working to hold Russia accountable for its heinous crimes against Ukrainian children. The International Criminal Court's issuance of arrest warrants for Russian President Vladimir Putin and Commissioner Maria Lvova-Belova on March 17, 2023, marks a hopeful step forward. Yet, as the toll of war on children continues to rise, we cannot stand idly by. A childhood marked by war is forever changed. As of October 2023, 18 months after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, 19,456 Ukrainian children have been illegally deported or forcibly displaced to either Russia or Russian-occupied areas within Ukraine.
Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Labdien, доброго дня. Welcome to the fourth panel discussion of today's conference, and in a forthcoming hour, we'll focus our attention on what is done and what can be done more about Ukrainian children deported by Russia. My name is Maximus Milda. I am a Ukraine country director at the Reckoning Project, and I came to this event straight from Kyiv. And I want to thank organizers for putting together this brilliant event, as well as for hospitality and support provided to all of us today. In Ukraine, my organization, the Reckoning Project, works in the very beginning of the full-scale invasion, and what we do is the meticulous collection of testimonies of witnesses of Russia's war crimes. More specifically, we bring together the power of the storytelling alongside with applying the highest standards of collection of testimonies from witnesses in order to open investigations within international jurisdictions and also via quasi-judicial platforms like the UN, OSCE, and the others. And at the core of our work is collection of testimonies from witnesses of deportations of children in Ukraine. If you want to learn more, please feel free to find it via thereckoningproject.com. Now, today, I'm particularly excited to introduce this terrific panel that will share insight on the matters of return and support of Ukrainian children. But first, let me introduce the members of the panel. It is Irina Suslova, who is a representative of the Commissioner for Children's Rights of Ukraine. It's Mariam Lambert, who is a co-founder and ground director of Orphans Feeding Foundation. It's Daria Kasyanova, head of Ukrainian Child Rights Network. It is also Liana Dambina, chair of the board of Children's Hospital Foundation, and Nathaniel Raymond, executive director of the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab. We'll proceed in the following manner. First, each of the panelists will share their brief introductory remarks related closely to their backgrounds, to the organizations that they represent here today, and how these organizations are involved in the support provided to children from who experience deportations, and how they're involved in returning children back to Ukraine. Next, after that, I'll follow up with individual questions to them. And of course, for those of you who have not had their headsets with you, you might need that because some of the remarks will be provided in Ukrainian. Irina, let's begin with you. Please share us your insight and your remarks on the matters of the support and the questions of how to return children back from being captivated by Russia.
Дякую. Шановні колеги, слухачі.
Dear listeners, first of all, it's worth mentioning that when we talk about return of Ukrainian children, we should mention that we don't have unified procedure, and each case, each returning is a unique special operation which cannot be described, and you may not have unified mechanism of return. Everything depends on which status has the child, whether it's forced displacement, occupation, or when the child has not so easy opportunities to return or has lost its parents. When we talk about support of children who return. It's worth mentioning the direct communication of the government and common work with government and non-governmental sector, international organizations, and our national organizations which provide complex support to government institutions in order to provide the support of interests of the child. We will discuss the way how Center of Children Protection is functioning, how we conduct the questionnaire of children, which support and services the state presents for each.
Miriam, I see that you are not alone from your organization here, but it's also this cutie pie there sitting on the table. So please share your perspective from the Orphans Feeding Foundation. What is your role and how are you involved there on the ground?
Thank you for inviting us. We are very privileged to be here. My name is Miriam Lambert. I'm actually a civil servant working for 18 years in the European Patent Organization. And when we receive our contract and knowing that nothing can happen to us, everything is safe, our kids will be taken care of, we decided to give back. So to make it short, we started during our holiday, to build orphanages in Kenya, in Nepal, in Morocco, Romania, Belgium. And then we were about to do a really nice project, hospitality school in Zanzibar, and the war started. Of course, there was nothing we could do than just also help in Ukraine. And the specificity of our NGO foundation is that everything we do, we are always on the ground to make sure that it gets faster to the people in need. So first time doing humanitarian in a war zone. We started in March 2022. And I have 5 minutes, so I can't tell you everything, but we spend most of our time, myself personally, in the occupied territory, in the front line, evacuating civilians from Bakhmut, Soledar, Kherson, Berislav, also connecting the women who are victims of rape, because when you are an old person like us, our brain, our heart is not trained for the war, our brain and our heart are not trained for the trauma we experience every single day. But we don't have time for us, so what we do, we connect people who need help with the right experts. Women who are victims of rape were connected with an association in order to seek further help. After that, we also distributed oncology treatment for people with cancer, because in this war, everyone should be taken care of, including the people who had cancer before the war and they were left behind. To make the story short, otherwise he will tell me to stop, but it's very close to my heart because I'm trying to explain you something that we have experienced every day, and of course I don't want to talk about that because it brings emotions to our experience. In July 2023, we decided to focus all our resources to the children. Why? Because on the 21st of June in 2023, the President Zelensky, together with the President of the European Commission, they made a common statement, and this is also why you are here today. They mentioned that every child has a right to be free, protected and safe. The Russian Federation has taken the right away from those children. They urged the Russian Federation to stop the deportation, to stop the immediate adoption, because this is something we need to highlight. Deportation, in the meantime, we have adoption as well. Based on that, they created Bring Kids Back program. And here we are today, all reunited. What is important also in our work is that together with Ombudsman Office, we have signed a memorandum of understanding together with the Presidential Office, because when it comes to children, since we are not experienced, we wanted to make sure that everything is compliant, that we respect the human rights and the dignity of those children and families. We started to do the work with my friend Irina, and we were tracing identification, but also always being present when there is a reunion. So I spent personally my time in the Belarusian border, at the Russian border in Kosnopilia, in order to make sure that those children would be safe. Together with Ombudsman, we were present. And I wish all of you today would see what we are seeing when a mother and a child are reunited, Everybody's seeing that as a victory. But when you are there and you see that it is a big step, but it's the most awful thing that I have seen in terms of emotion. The screaming, the mother, the father touching the children for the next 7 hours to make sure that it's real. And that's what we have experienced. And we are there again. Why? Because we want to understand when they return, what can be there, what can be done, how we can support them. And I will finish by this sentence. I'm not Ukrainian, and I'm very honored to be amongst those amazing ladies here. But you don't have to be Ukrainian to support Ukraine, because after 2 years it's not about supporting. You don't have to be Ukrainian to commit to your word. Means committing meaningfully, doing action to help those children. You just have to be a human being. As a European citizen, it is not just making something good for Ukraine. It's our moral responsibility. And the last sentence I want to say is that a lot of Ukrainian people, including my colleague, are always, every time I go to Ukraine, they're always thanking us for supporting Ukraine after 2 years, which irritated me because I know how absolutely beautiful those people are. But I told them, you should stop thanking us. We should be the one saying sorry. Sorry that after 2 years, we still didn't manage to return all those children. Sorry that after 2 years, civilians are being killed every day. Sorry that after 2 years, we didn't manage to mobilize the whole world. We talk about it in conference everywhere. But sorry, because despite all that, you are still begging us for support. So from today, I hope the people will ask the Ukrainians to stop saying thank you. This is our civil responsibility. Every day we need to push. We need to be the best headache for the whole world and talk about it every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. And clearly, I'm confident that each of us can only second what you're saying. It's about dignity, it's about decency. So truly, indeed, this is one of those things that unites us all here. Daria, you are with the Ukrainian Child Rights Network, and please share us your introductory remarks and your perspective on the support and returning children back to Ukraine.
Thank you. I represent Ukrainian Child Rights Network. It is Ukrainian Association of NGOs. It is different types of NGOs, international, national, local, but all of us work for children in child protection. And I'd like to say that deportation or reunification after deportation, of course, it is not our business and not our mandate, but from the first day of full invasion, we began to reunite children with their families. And maybe, firstly, we didn't understand nothing, and we didn't understand that it is about deportation. The statement, Ukrainian children who are particularly vulnerable victims should never be used as the war trophies declared by the European Parliamentary Assembly, strongly resonates with us, Ukrainian Child Rights Network. However, the harsh reality remains that Ukrainian children forcibly displaced are still being treated as trophies by Russia every day, unfortunately. Some of these children are illegally adopted by Russian families, losing their fundamental right to identity. Some become tool of Russian propaganda, while others are at the risk of being conscripted into the Russian army, leaving the certainty of their return home in doubt. The Way Home, our project, which we realized together with the Ministry of Reintegration, Office of Ombudsman, and with the financial support of Save the Children, strive to reunite abducted children with their families, relatives, or legal representatives in Ukraine. The journey is full with challenges, obstacles, and at times, life-dangerous situation. Over the past 2 years of full-scale war, we've successfully very I can say, условно, як це буде, not successfully, but alive, brought back 141 children. And today we saw 7 children who were returned by our team, contributing to Ukraine's overall efforts of repatriating 388 children out of almost 20,000 officially identified as deported. However, official statistics and actual statistics may differ significantly. And every time when we return a child, we find out about other children in Russia. And successfully bringing children back is only half the battle. All returned children require comprehensive and long-term rehabilitation and social services. While our organization provides diverse support, individual reintegration plan, and long-term assistance to each child we've returned home, the capabilities of civil society are limited. Children with disabilities or severe health conditions require even broader social services and should not return to institutional care. Hence, the development of comprehensive social services system and the implementation of the deinstitutionalization reform in Ukraine are urgent and paramount. In conclusion, I like to say the international community to focus its attention on the most vulnerable among the vulnerable, children with disability and or severe illnesses. It's important to address their unique needs, including special rules and conditions required for their safe return. Additionally, I appeal for support in developing a comprehensive social services system in Ukraine. It's our collective responsibility to ensure the well-being and future of these vulnerable children. Thank you.
Thank you, Daria. We'll definitely talk more about the limited capabilities and social support services, of course, but before we do so, I'd like to proceed to Liana. You had the chance to be here in different capacity at the opening of the conference. I'd like to thank you for doing so, but please let us know more, especially for those of us who come outside of Latvia, the role of the Children's Hospital Foundation and you as a chair of the board. What is your specific focus in this particular matter of returning children back to Ukraine?
Yes, unfortunately, we cannot return children back, but we can do things to support them here. And that is something that we've been doing from the actually first days when the war started, when Russia aggressively attacked Ukraine. We knew that there are going to be children coming abroad looking for refugee, and we knew that at that time there were pretty clear that there's going to be more emotional traumas than physical ones. Therefore, we concentrated all our effort on psychological support to these children. We also looked and happily found one refugee from Ukraine, child psychologist, because we understand that especially small children, to receive support, it has to be in their language. Natalia is still our wonderful colleague, has helped thousands of Ukrainian children here in Latvia, and of course their parents and caregivers. And of course, we also, as a Children's Hospital Foundation, working closely together with the Children's Clinical University Hospital, we organized all the care for these children who needed with physical disabilities, including that, and we still support many children who lack state support for specific health needs, just as some Latvian children lack this support. But it seemed like that is not enough, so we started to look how we can help those Ukrainian children who are still in Ukraine, living amidst the tragedy of war on everyday basis. And from my perspective and experience, the best way how to support somebody is to build relationships. Therefore, we looked for organizations in Ukraine who do similar things that we do here. And now, for more than a year and a half, We have a wonderful two partners. One is Ukrainian, providing those psychological camps for Ukrainian children, and one is the biggest children's hospital in Ukraine, Ahmadit Children's Hospital. And the format, because we wanted helping for just helping's sake is not something that Ukraine needs or we should do. Therefore, it was very important to us to understand what is actually the need and the format that we can provide it in a practical manner already now, not waiting for some better situation, but at this moment during the war. So we created those psychological rehabilitation camps for the patients of Ahmadit Children's Hospital. So far, we had 5 camps where children come with their mothers, and we provide psychological rehabilitation and of course, recreational activities. For the first time, and in context of this conference, we hosted deported children who have experienced deportation. We knew that it's going to be a different task, and luckily, it's been a week of the camp, and it looks like we have managed, and kids are smiling, playing, they're happy, at least for this moment and at this time, even though, of course, we all acknowledge that nothing has ended. And there's going to be a lot of support needed, not only in Ukraine, but abroad. So our goal and aim is to continue to support these children through the format of those rehabilitation camps that Ms. Zelenska also mentioned as necessary ones. And the other, as colleagues in Ukraine find it useful, is the experience and knowledge sharing among specialists, especially psychologists, psychiatrists, I'm talking only about childcare, sorry, to be specific, and that's something that we can also do. Therefore, with every camp, there are specialists coming from Ukraine, from Ahmadit Hospital, to learn new things, and us as well. We also need to learn many things about the help that we can provide, considering the very specific obstacles and circumstances that those children are, and we need to know the context so we could provide them more efficient and better quality care.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lena, and I think we all also appreciated the mentioning of the wonderful experience that the Ukrainian children had here in Latvia when President Rinkevich, in his remarks, mentioned that Riga Castle was not the #1 experience, but rather other parts of this. And that's important. That's important when it comes to mental health support and the overall sense of joy in childhood that you can enjoy, right? And the deprivation of that joy is also one of the forms how atrocities are conducted by Russia. Now, Nathaniel, you are in charge of the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab, and it's great to have you here, joining us here in Riga in person. And let us know more how the role of Yale Humanitarian Research Lab plays in the chain that leads to return of children back to Ukraine. Please let us know more about your work.
Thank you very much. Before I start, just on a personal note, it is very poignant for me to be here in Latvia. My grandparents, my whole mother's side of the family in the United States, is Lithuanian and fled Lithuania before the start of the First World War. My great-grandfather, whose wedding ring I wear, was one of the book smugglers of Lithuania. And it is important why I bring this up is that the book smugglers were trying to save the Lithuanian language that was being destroyed by Russia under the Tsar, and they smuggled textbooks and Bibles from Germany and Sweden into Lithuania to keep the Lithuanian language alive in the face of Russification. So 2 days ago when I got off the plane, I drove to the Hill of Crosses in Lithuania and placed 2 crucifixes for my grandparents, and I was struck by if you don't know the Hill of Crosses, it was bulldozed 3 times by the KGB, and at night the Lithuanians would return and stand the crosses back up every time, and those crosses became a symbol of those who were disappeared or missing underneath the Soviet era. And so it was poignant for me to be there and helped me really see the work we are doing now on Ukraine's children in the broader historical fabric of issues of events that go far back beyond this current moment, and also, we must remember, will extend through what we do now far into the future. So, who am I? I am the executive director of the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab at the Yale School of Public Health. I am a lecturer in epidemiology of microbial disease at Yale and also taught at the Jackson School of Global Affairs. But all of that, you can ignore it. I am, at my heart, a war crimes investigator and humanitarian aid worker for the past 24 years. I've served in Afghanistan and primarily in East Africa, including with the United Nations in South Sudan. My team, who are the real heroes here, I'm just the hype man, we use satellite imagery, commercial satellite imagery, combined with open source data from the internet and from other sources as part of what's called the Conflict Observatory. The Conflict Observatory is a program of the U.S. Department of State, Bureau of Conflict Stabilization Operations. Since the war started, we have been monitoring and documenting violations of international humanitarian law and threats and atrocities against civilians in Ukraine. And we have done that from the United States and elsewhere around the world. We are not operational on the ground, but the joke is we go to Ukraine every day, but just from space. And so in the first year of the program in 2022, we were primarily doing bomb damage analysis of schools and hospitals in Mariupol, Severodonetsk, and elsewhere. And then we did the analysis of the filtration camps and identified 27 filtration camps and also analyzed Olenivka and evidence of potential mass graves. At Olenivka, we did an assessment of destruction of grain storage facilities in Ukraine with Oak Ridge National Laboratories from the U.S. Department of Energy. And we then got the mission in the summer of 2022 to look into the children's issue. And my initial response when we got that mission and the response of the team was, how are we going to do this? The breakthrough in the case became selfies. So selfies that were being taken by Russian officials. We were able to turn that into what? Latitude and longitude. And using the data that Russia itself was producing, and I'll just say here, as a war crimes investigator, the best scenario is when the perpetrator tells you what they did. And in this case, the main source of information was from the perpetrators themselves. We began work in summer into the winter of 22-23, and we had to make a very tough decision in January about whether we were going to release the report that ended up catalyzing the ICC's indictment against Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova. And because we had, so here's the numbers, we had 43 facilities identified, but we had, get ready for this, 80 facilities under investigation. We had 6,000 children identified. We now know that our number is closer to 10 to 12,000, and we'll be updating that publicly, hopefully in the next few months. So we knew we had more children, but we didn't have it to our 5-point standard of confidence. And so we're very conservative in what we put out. Everything has to be confirmed by 5 sources. And so we also knew that we had the chain of command very clearly down to the regional and municipal level, but that there was additional elements of the chain of command that we didn't fully have. But we made the decision in January to release in February. And how we made that decision is we went around the table. It was the first time we were all together in a room, and it was the only time we were all together. And we said, think of this decision about whether we release now as if you are a Ukrainian mother of a missing child. And we call it a go, no-go decision. And so we used the same method as NASA. And we went around to each person and said, okay, Ukrainian mother 1, go, no, go. And everyone said go. And we had, and why do I bring this up? I bring this up because it's very important. We had to make a very difficult protection decision. We knew that we were going to set in motion events that could have resulted in some children not coming home, and would definitely result in Russia changing its, what we call tradecraft, the way in which it was concealing the locations of these children. And so we had to make a very tough call, and the call was go. Since that point, you have the indictment in March, 1 month after the release of the report. And then in November, Conflict Observatory in Yale released its second report on children about Belarus and the role of the Lukashenko regime, where we identified 2,443 children had been deported, and we had identified a detailed chain of command in a joint effort between Russia and Belarus. I will stop here, but I just want to say one last thing to frame up what role, to answer your question directly, what role does our work have in return? Unfortunately, I think it has the central role in return. And this is my one message. If you listen to anything I say, this is what it is. There are 4 missions happening at once, and they go in this order. Identify the kids. Recover the kids. Provide psychosocial and physical medical support to the kids and their families. And 4th, accountability. Notice how I say accountability last. Each of these 4 mission profiles are predicated by data. If we do not have accurate data, we will fail at each of them and all of them. At present, we are losing. I want to be clear. And we will win only if we succeed on the data. The last point is Frederick Douglass in the 19th century, in talking about slavery in America, said power concedes nothing without a demand. Putin will concede nothing without a demand so overwhelming that he cannot deny it. That demand is impossible if our numbers are wrong.
Thank you. As we are on the record, I just want to acknowledge the fact that the very issue that we have 2 Lithuanians, both from Yale, here on stage, it's a pure coincidence. It wasn't planned to happen like that. Now, пані Ірино, я б хотів запитати більше об ролі Центру захисту прав.
Irina would like to ask more about the role of support for the Center for Support of the Return of Ukrainian Children. What is the role? First of all, I would like to say that the Center for Protection of Children's Rights is part of the Ombudsman's Office. And this is the peace formula of President Zelensky on deported and on the return of deported and forcibly transferred children. So the president of Ukraine said and this is the first location. We're meeting with these children, we see their eyes, we can hear their questions. We are silent with them, we review their drawings. We are the people who are the first to hear the stories about which they're ready to testify to the Office of the Prosecutor General and the Security Service of Ukraine. One of the key tasks of the Center for Protection of Children is to assess the needs of the child, understand what needs the child has, provide psychological support. The matter of medical support, social support, providing all of this comprehensive set of measures, and also organize the Interviews. The interviewing is done by the prosecutor's office and the security service of Ukraine. It's based on Barnahus system, and the facilities are in our center. It meets all international standards to protect the best interests of the child. The interviews are conducted with support of a psychologist and presence of a psychologist, and the child can stop the interview at any time. Because our task is to avoid traumatizing the child and to make sure that, on one hand, the investigators get the evidence. On the other hand, the child leaves with trust for Ukraine. When you meet the child in the center, you have to understand that Ukraine is about kindness, about support, the people who will protect you if anything wrong goes to you. Second component, we established an interdisciplinary group with the participation of the government, with regular weekly meetings discussing the matters of returned children, the kind of challenges they faced, what needs to be done, and what fields it's. And they're trying to face those issues. We cannot say that this is simple. We cannot say that Ukraine has established this work in a super mega ideal way. As of now, we have a lot of challenges. We realize that, and unfortunately, the government is not always capable to face this amount of challenges. Nobody was ready to full-scale invasion. Nobody was ready to missiles flying around. The fact that the number of schools and houses and hospitals will be destroyed every day. We didn't think we would have to choose schools based on the presence or absence of bomb shelters. A lot of things that need to be taken into account after the return. And a lot of NGOs are participating in that. The organization Voices of Children, under the guidance of Olena Razvadovska, they provide full psychological support, not only during the interviews, but also after the interviews for every child, as long as necessary. They work online or offline, depending on where the child is. It is the matter of reintegration. The matter of social support, case managers who have to maintain regular contact with the child after the child returned to the territory of Ukraine and maintain it as long as necessary for the family. This is the matter of temporary housing. So let's be honest, if we're talking about parental children who are coming back, then usually these are the children with parents who were in the occupied territories or they were separated on the occupied territories. So then we mean that the child has no place to live and the parents didn't have a place to live. Their house, their accommodation was lost. So we need to make sure those people can have some temporary housing, some temporary shelter and set up their lives. So it seems to me that our role is not that, it may seem like our role is not big in our process, but it is decisive because depending on how we meet the child, depending on how the process is organized, that will affect how the child will go further along the life with their supporters. And if the child is over the age of 18, under the age of 18, like Bogdan Yermokhin, we spoke about this. Bogdan Yermokhin came back on the day when he turned 18. He got full support and case managers keep communicating with him and they maintain his support. It's important. We're returning 18-year-old children. We're talking about children who were children at the time of full-scale invasion. The state is obliged to do so. Thank you. That's why I wanted to ask that. Thank you, Irina.
Introductory remarks with an international context and setting us in a position of before 2022 and the operations that have been happening around the world, right? So in this context, trying to fit the story of deportations of Ukrainian children in the context of atrocities happening around the world, what do you see unique in this particular case? What makes the story of Ukrainian children being deported different from similar cases, similar atrocities has been happening all around the world, let's say West Africa for that sake, or any other parts of the world?
Thank you very much for this very tricky question. What makes it unique is that we can't deny that we didn't know. We can't deny that we were not informed. I mean, you understand that all the information is known to the public. What is making it unique is that actually, I don't have the word to describe what makes it unique, because you need to be there. And I know it's not safe to say that because it's still under shelling and it's still even in Kiev. But you need to be there to understand that what makes it unique is that those children, when they are returned, they don't want to go to have a nice life. They will sacrifice their life to bring their friends back. And that's a good example of Bogdan, who is here. When I ask him, what do you want to do now? You want to study? No. I will work and I will make sure that I'm bringing my friends back. He's 18. We were all having a nice life when we were 18. And that's what is unique. I would like to add an important point, what Irina just mentioned, and that's how also to explain the importance of partnership and memorandum of understanding. She was talking about the Children's Rights Protection Center, which I'm really amazed by the work they're doing. And they give us the privilege also to be there, to meet also with the children, because it's important when you speak to them, and of course any information we have on those children, we just transfer to Irina's team. It's to understand what are the needs after. I like to be pragmatic and not to be in the theoretical. Just for you to understand what she's saying is that there is one Children's Rights Protection Center in Kiev. One. What does it mean? When you're underground, you understand that those children, when they are reunited, they start from different places in Russia. They have to travel all the way to Moscow. From Moscow, depending on what they have found as a solution of the return, they have to go from Moscow, maybe by car, by train, we don't know. It's every single child has a different way of returning, depends on the cases. Then they go through different borders, sometimes Russian border with Ukraine, but that doesn't happen anymore. Most of the time they go where? They have to cross 4 countries. That's what she's talking about. The child goes from Moscow, Minsk, sometimes they have to go to Latvia, Lithuania, Poland. 3 days later, finally they're crossing the Ukrainian border. But that's not finished. After that, there's another 10 hours drive to go to Kiev, because that's the first place in the Child Rights Protection Center that they need to go to all this process. The conclusion of that is that what she's trying to say, and that's what I'm trying to tell the whole world, is that a child, when he's 8, when he's 6, he's been traveling without the parents for 4 days, but he knows that it's not over. When he crosses the border, he still needs to go to this sometimes it's quite heavy process, because they need to talk about it. The only place they have is Kiev. So what we are doing together, I'm giving another headache to the whole world to say, our foundation is trying to gather sponsoring from governmental, so maybe Latvia could do that as well. We can talk about this in order to build another child protection center in Rivne, because for the moment we go in the Belarusian border. And later on we have to assess the situation with Irina teams and Mr. Lubinets, Ombudsman Ukraine, to see whether it will be possible to do that in Sumy, in case this border is also open. So when we talk about having another child rights protection center, I want you to understand why. You just realize, what does it do to a child when they are 4, 5, 6 years old, traveling for 4 days, exhausted, and then we have to accommodate them as well, because when they go there is no place to sleep. This is what we call partnership. But this is also why I want the whole world to understand why we are asking for this. It's not just for the sake of having another child rights protection center. Next to that, we are also making the difference of another center, and this is where you are entering into the picture. when a family is reunited and they can go back, they're released. Some of them, they have no place to go because Irina explained that the village is completely destroyed. And today, Ukraine has 10,000 things to think about. So they're looking for international cooperation for us to think with them, to help them to fill the gap. And you know what is the gap? It's the first mission that I was with Mr. Lobinets. There was a family with a mother. She had her 2 children, 6 and 8 years old. They came back, we celebrated, and it was nice. It was a really good feeling. They were reunited, and the next day I asked them, of course, what is the next plan? Where are you going? And she looked at me and she said, I'm going back to Kupiansk. So you realize, where is Kupiansk? It's in the front line. She said that 2 months ago. We're working on that case, actually, with her team. That means that after all what they've been through for 2 years, they have no other choice than going back to a city which is still under shelling. We can't stay silent. We can't just be convinced that things need to be done. And that's our work together with them. So please reach out to us to see what can be done. Please come to us, because those children, the reality behind the Bring Kids Back is a big step, because before there was nothing. But when you get into it, it's a dramatic situation for the children. So let's talk more about bringing life back to those children after bringing them back. And that's extremely crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Daria, we have just heard from Irina first that it's not only about the government and the Child Protection Center's role, but it's also about the close cooperation with non-governmental organizations, because there are so many demands that need to be fulfilled, and we heard some of the examples of those organizations. Now you represent the entire network of those different sorts of organizations, right, who are on the ground. And in the course of the last 2 years, you've been heavily invested in providing support. I'm curious to learn, how did the dynamic of cooperation between these NGOs change in the last 2 years? Because clearly demands are different as the time goes on. So what's been that dynamic of change, and where are we now in this timeline?
Okay, I think NGO is a champion of change, and our very cool skill to transform to circumstances. And of course, I understand that it's easy for some NGOs, not for all, especially for international, than for government. And I can say that, first of all, we, like Ukrainian Child Rights Network and our member, we prepared to the full invasion. In December of 2021, we had meeting and discussed how we can prepare, what we can to do. And we prepared mapping and analyzed all institutions in Ukraine which were near the border. Yes, it's 10 regions of Ukraine. We analyzed all foster families, especially foster families with children more than 5, and families with children with disability, and wrote letters to our government and to communicate with the main partners like UNICEF, how to provide protection or some decision for these children and this family. Of course, some of our members, really the most part of our members, had experience of 2014, 2015, and we evacuated in 2014 more than 40,000 people from Donetsk and Lugansk region, including children from institution and foster families. It was 12,000 of children, but unfortunately, we didn't evacuate the children from the Crimea, and more than 4,000 children left in the Crimean institution. And we thought about it every time. And we remember and knew a lot of cases about deported children from Donetsk and Lugansk regions who was deported to Russia, by the way. And it was very public cases, very propaganda cases, and we tried to take account all this experience. But I'm sure that it is impossible in some cases because some of our members were in Mariupol, for example, or in Kharkov region, or in Kherson region, and these people and this organization were traumatized. Some of them, unfortunately, lost the members of their families, and in some cases we support this organization and our partners. But of course we had very strong understanding what is the strong position of our organization and who can evacuate children and families from Donetsk, Lugansk, Kharkov, Kherson region, and which from our partners can meet our families or children in the western part of Ukraine. And we co-organized this process of evacuation and meeting. After meeting, of course, we understood that it is necessary to provide basic needs for these families and children, and we find housing, temporary housing for these children. By the way, SOS Children Villages, I am the program director of this organization, we provide temporary housing for more than 1,000 of foster families, not only in Ukraine, but in Europe. And we continue to support, social support for these families and understand how important to provide psychological support and continue to do it. That's why our activities continue. There are a lot of projects and a lot of partners, but today really the most sensitive and the most difficult question, how to return our children from Russia or how to return our children from temporary occupied territories, because the biggest enemy for our children now it's time, and we understand it. And of course, the second important question for our network, how to provide foster families for these children, not institution, but foster families. And we discussed every time how we can, and by the way, we had experience when after returning child from Russia or from occupied territory, these children were placed in foster family. And it is very important that these children will place in family with very similar cultural and regional characteristics. And by the way, girl from Kherson region, we were placed in family from Kherson region who are now in the social villages in Bravary near the Kiev. That's why it's a huge responsibility, but I'm sure that we need to do what we have to do and collaborate and have partnership with every who would like to return our children and to continue support.
Thank you very much, Daria. Lena, we have heard these terrific examples how despite all odds, counterparts in Ukraine are still managing to provide support to the kids. Now, on the international side, what can international organizations, international stakeholders learn from Ukrainian peers in providing support in the way? What have your organization learned from Ukrainians in these 2 years?
Yes, we have learned a lot since they are the ones who also, some of them had the experience of 2014.
Yes.
When already was a military Russian aggression and these events leading to displacement of children, of seeing horrific tragedies, experiencing themselves. Therefore, they already had knowledge which we did not have here in Riga and Latvia. And therefore, that was something that was very valuable to us, especially at the beginning. Afterwards, as we saw international community, everybody tried to learn from everybody. And that's actually, I think it was a wonderful thing that hopefully will continue no matter what. But that was one aspect. The other is that we, for us, as I already mentioned, it's very important to understand how they work with children so we could take over. And we hear the format as we are providing help, it's not a long-term support. Therefore, we need to know our boundaries. We need to be very responsible because we understand what a fragile state these children are in. Therefore, we cannot harm them. You know, that would be the worst thing. They come for help, and we are being irresponsible and trying to provide something which is not going to be helpful. Therefore, the aspect of this very close cooperation, while they are interested to learn things from us organizational-wise, like we have those community mental health centers here in Latvia, small ones, in various places in Latvia, so the help is accessible, the help is really based in community, because we understand that there's not going to be enough specialists for all the children, unfortunately. That's the fact. And therefore, all of us come into the picture, the community, which can help in many ways. Each of us can help enormously with emotional support, with practical support, which is also always an emotional support, the component in it. Therefore, the value of school environment. And we see that there are problems in schools with bullying, unfortunately, also in Latvia, Ukrainian children facing these problems, and it is very important to acknowledge them, to speak openly about it, that we do have it, and to address them, because no specialist is going to be able to fix anything if the environment is not supportive. Therefore, this is something that I know that Ukrainian colleagues are thinking and working on as well, the social support, and very other aspect important is the family, because the most important resource to any child is his parents or her parents, at least mother, or in some cases, unfortunately, only grandparents or guardians. Therefore, the mental state and the support, psychological support that those adults receive is gonna directly impact the mental health state of these children. And sometimes we kind of leave those adults out of the picture and concentrate on the children, which is not gonna bring a long-term result. Long-term result can come only if we bring the whole family in the picture and support them all as the system. And then again, the community support comes in as a awfully important aspect of the care. Therefore, it's an ongoing process. We're learning from each other because, as odd as it can sound, Latvian adolescents have similar difficulties. We have suicide risk children, we have self-harm, we have depression, we have anxiety. Therefore, there are methods that can be valuable not only to Ukrainian children, but we are facing actually the mental health of our adolescents, of course in a different context, but still there are some similarities, and therefore we just try to learn from each other and it's an ongoing process.
Thank you, Liana. Although we are just 1 minute short of finishing this panel, but I will not finish it before asking you, Nathaniel, a question that is as follows. We have heard many points of view on how the support can be provided, what is needed, and I think I at least learned 3 things. NGOs and non-state actors are truly agents of change, and that's reassuring. That's important to keep in mind for many of us here who represent civil society, that it's not nothing that we can contribute, but quite on the contrary. We're agile, we're flexible, we can do more in close cooperation with government stakeholders, and that works as well. The second point is about infrastructure, and something that triggers me to think of support to children as a part of recovery of Ukraine. We think about reconstruction of Ukraine, often a very tangible means, building things, but reconstruction of Ukraine is also about reconstructing social fabric, and that's something very soft and important. And the third, that it's not a one-way street. It's not some sort of providing aid one way, and that's we learn a lot from Ukraine, and it's important to have this know-how accumulated and to benefit from that. So this reciprocity, in a sense, is crucial. But This all is possible only if we know where from to return kids. And now, the countries that's been mentioned here all day long, Russia, of course, is self-evident, but there is also someone else in the room, and that's Belarus. You talked a bit about Belarus. Last time I checked, there was no indictment for Mr. Lukashenko. We hardly ever hear about Belarus that much. Thanks to the report of Yale Humanitarian Research Lab, we know that Belarusian Red Cross is hardly any Red Cross at all, but in many ways, quite on the contrary, is complacent in dealing with deportations. Now, what is the role of Belarus? What are the patterns of Belarus right now? How should, because maybe it's not only kidnapped by Russia, perhaps it should be kidnapped by Russia and Belarus. Would you agree on that?
That's complicated. Let me explain. So the Belarus investigation was crucial for us to understand not only how Belarus is running its operation, but it gave us insight to how Russia is running its operation. So what we discovered, which was critical on Belarus, which is different than Russia's program to a degree, is that it relies on a very complex network of civil society organizations and nationalist extremist groups. Most notably for the, quote, patriotic re-education, so-called patriotic re-education, it involves basically a young youth political organization called a Young Republican Group, plus the Night Wolves, which is a motorcycle gang, the Night Valkyries, which is the female version of that motorcycle gang, a group called the Dolphins, which is a swim club that specifically works with disabled children. And so it's important here to understand that at the heart of this network is Alexei Tilley, who is a paraplegic Paralympian athlete, and the Alexei Tilley Foundation. And so while Shemtov, the head of the Belarus Red Cross Society, has played a role, and the Belarus Red Cross Society is under investigation and sanction from the International Committee of the Red Cross. And just full disclosure, I am on the advisory board for the Red Cross for the Professional Standards for Protection work, so which relates directly to these issues of humanitarian aid worker conduct. Tilley is at the heart of the entire operation. And with the investigative committee, known as the IC, which fancies itself sort of Russian FBI, in identifying children, along with, for the first time, we see clear evidence that FSB has been involved, but we do not know exactly how, but we have confirmed FSB involvement. So you have in Belarus this focus on deportation of highly vulnerable children, many with disabilities, many from lower income households, many children of families where the parents, mostly the men, but not only, are fighting, and the use of cadet corps for identification of the children at the school level. And so, and they almost all run, we haven't seen an example of them not running, through Rostov-on-Don with a cooperative agreement with Russian Railways. And then a soccer team uses their buses to take them from the railway station. 80% of them estimated are at OJSC Belaruskali, which is a potash company at the Dubrava camp. So the majority are there. Some, now, this is the critical thing. We don't know if the children have returned. We see no evidence, so that's why I hesitated on your question, that we see no evidence yet of forced adoption or fostering. The children are primarily from Donetsk and Luhansk, and the claim of Lukashenko and others is that they've returned. We have not been able to verify that. No one else has been able to verify that. To go to the beginning of your question, in terms of the International Criminal Court, which I will not speak for, I would say watch this space, We released the report in November. Now, ICC will do what it's going to do. Again, I am not the ICC, but the wheels of justice on this are turning rapidly, and so I can give you information. So everyone, hold on to your seats. Yale has transferred directly our underlying data from the first children's report to the International Criminal Court. This is a big deal because it represents the first American transfer to the ICC. So, and then the second point here is we are standing by to do the same on Belarus. I want to make one last point that's kind of to the side, but I don't want this conference to end without saying it because it should be the headline here of the conference. With 9/11, you had 3,100 approximately Americans die and become a missing persons case in 16 acres of land. The FBI and the US government, the most advanced law enforcement and DNA capacity in the world, took the better part of 2 decades to close that case, okay? Now, what we're talking about is a minimum of 30,000 children, which is 10 times 9/11. It's probably significantly higher in the 6 digits, okay? And so we're talking about 10 times the size of 9/11 with a country that is being bombed, the largest single missing persons case anywhere since World War II, with a country at war, and we are dealing with a data challenge for these children that represents at least 3 times the data challenge on the Srebrenica identification for the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, which was the largest missing persons identification ever attempted in the context of armed conflict. And so I don't want you to leave this conference without understanding that we are talking about the most monumental missing persons identification challenge in the history of the modern world, okay? Let us be clear on that. And the technical requirements, as someone who's been doing missing person searches, including Guatemala, including in Ethiopia and Afghanistan, my specialization is mass graves and missing persons, okay? This is as hard as it gets. So 16 acres of 9/11, 3,500 miles from Black Sea to the Eastern Pacific close to Japan. That is what we're talking about.
Thank you, Nathaniel. I think so.
And the victims aren't dead. They're alive and they're growing.
And I think your remark here on the wheels of justice and its justice is inevitable is crucial here. So despite all of these challenges, despite the obstacles, the commitment, the determination, and the ability to determine the horizon that we are leaning towards is crucial here. So I want to thank all of the panelists for incredible insights. We are like 8 minutes past the end of our panel, but the good news is that we have a very short coffee break through which there'll be a chance to interact swiftly, and when you're returning to this room, please grab a headset because you'll need it for the next panel that starts here at 5 p.m. unless Miriam has 10-second note to say, and then we're finishing it.
Got to ask you what can be done also from your side. We are not talking about that here, but you know, we need to raise awareness all around the world. The coalition is doing that absolutely amazingly, but that means that we should stop, I mean, we should not stop, but we should focus. Maybe what we can do is focus awareness and making sure that this message go through countries which are friendly with Russia. That's extremely important. If you have any connection in India, in China, and just raise awareness about what is going on, because they might think it's propaganda. They might think that it's not real. They might think that Ukraine is brainwashing you as well. So that's something that the international community, our international community can do, is to start also sending the message to those countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Please, 5 p.m. sharp, we're back in this room. Thank you. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final panel discussion of today's conference, and now we will dive deep into the questions of accountability. What does it take to ensure accountability? What does it take to make sure that impunity is addressed and that ultimately perpetrators are brought to justice? One of the principles that we are guided at the Reckoning Project is that justice delayed is justice denied. And I'm thrilled to have this outstanding panel today composed of members of the parliament from Latvia, from Germany, from Ukraine, as well as representative of the Office of Prosecutor General of Ukraine. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce panelists of this final panel, and we'll address the issues of how urgency is something that must be driving our efforts in ensuring accountability and bringing perpetrators to justice. Together with me here today are Zanda Kalniņa-Lukaševica, who is a Deputy Speaker of the Sejm of Latvia and the representative of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. We have also online together with us Katrin Göring-Eckardt, who is Vice President of Bundestag, of the German Federal Parliament. Maria Mezentseva is a member of the Parliament of Ukraine. She's joining us here in person, as does Olena Homenko, who is a Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and the Chairperson of the Special Committee on Ukrainian Children. And last but not least, Yulia Usenko, the representative of the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine. Ms. Zanda Kalniņa-Lukaševica, let's begin with you. First, thank you, of course, for joining us, and you've been here also yesterday during the working group meetings. Latvia, of course, is part of multiple regional platforms, and it's not only about the Nordic and Baltic region, but many others. Perhaps in your introductory remarks, you could elaborate more about the ways, about practical ways, how you see the ways to advance the regional cooperation in ensuring that Russia is accountable for the deportations of kids from Ukraine.
Hello, a very good day to everyone, and it's a pleasure to represent Latvian Parliament today here at this highly important conference, both for our Parliament and also for me personally. And allow me to start also by saying that I have a great honor to deliver the greetings from the newly elected President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, who specifically wanted to pass these regards and by that underline that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe is very much focused on the topic of today's conference as well. So what can we do at the regional level? There is a lot, and of course Latvia cooperates closely with our Baltic sisters and also in the NB8 format. But for this issue, the broadest possible engagement is important. So I hope you would allow me to look not only at the regional picture.
Of course.
So I believe that we need to continue to work with all parliaments all around the world to ask them to pay attention to these war crimes committed by Russia when abducting Ukrainian children and bringing them to Russia. So we are engaging already. A great job has been done by the Assembly, and actually all three of us, being close friends and colleagues at the Parliamentary Assembly, that was the first international organization to expel Russia, and also at this moment already to have adopted 2 resolutions concerning the abducted children. And we continue this work talking with every parliament, and also it's important to have, for example, resolutions at the national parliaments level. So we have one from the Latvian parliament, and it not only condemns everything that Russia did and continues to do, but also invites international organizations, and especially the International Red Cross, to do more, and also invites other parliaments to take resolutions and to create this international pressure on Russia. And we also sent letters, for example, to all the parliaments of the Council of Europe, member states, asking them also to follow with the resolutions of the national parliaments. So I believe that it is really possible if we engage, also including with parliaments in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, to increase this pressure so that Russia gets really bad days concerning especially this particular issue. And that's something where we can work together and build this pressure. And I think already for the last year, we had like a trio of us, including touring Europe and asking to do more. And I'm happy that we have our German colleague, Katrin, joining us online. So it could be great that in the future, also you could join this endeavor, and we could advocate and we could ask everyone to talk about that. Because even, I believe, some Russian citizens who continue to support the Putin and the regime, and who continue to support this aggression against Ukraine, it would be even for them a bit harder to continue to support abduction of children if they would know that many of those children actually have parents and families and could have a good life and better life back home. So it's important that people start asking questions. So it's not one topic, but it's really working with everyone, because for this topic, every citizen and every parliament can work as an important agent.
What I hear from you is not the issue of only accountability, but it's also awareness that is inseparable from bringing justice to place, and the role that nationally and internationally parliamentarians can do. But in my appeal to Ms. Eckert, who I'd like to welcome first, it's a pleasure to have you here on the screen. I'd like to ask for your introductory remarks, and perhaps you could give us a hint about the efforts that German parliamentarians and you personally do also to expand to the global level, as just Ms. Kalina Lukashevitsa was giving us a hint that we need also to think about the global dimension of the global south. So please, Ms. Göring-Eckardt, we're looking forward to your introductory remarks here.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak today here. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And maybe you have to know, I've been in Ukraine last year, and I was able to visit Borodyanka, Kiev, Odessa, and Bucha. What struck me the most during my visit is witnessing the impact of the brutal war on children, but I could also see their incredible bravery and resilience. However, I can't stop asking myself, how do they cope when bombs suddenly fall from the sky, or when they lose friends, parents, and grandparents? As a mother of 2 and grandmother of 5 children, this question shakes me deeply. And they make me angry. No child should suffer like that today. Ukrainian children deserve our full support, our full support. Vladimir Putin is dragging the weakest in society, the children, into this war of aggression in the most brutal way. He robs them their childhood. He seeks to destroy their identity. He's robbing Ukraine of its future, and that's the point. In this conference, we heard vivid accounts confirming that Russia had abducted almost 20,000 Ukrainian children and moved them to re-education camps in Russia. Putin is using the abduction of children as a weapon of war. One thing is very clear: we cannot allow this to happen. Together, we cannot allow this to happen. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the civil society organizations, journalists, and the individuals who are deeply engaged to repatriate kidnapped children back to Ukraine. You are doing incredible work. Thank you for that. Germany is determined to hold perpetrators of the war crimes in Ukraine accountable. The abduction of children is one of those horrible war crimes. This is our responsibility to the people of Ukraine, and it's our duty to uphold international law. Our own history obliges us to stand up and intervene in the face of atrocities. And it is more than just the territorial integrity of Ukraine at stake here. This war is an attack against our peace and all Europe. This war is an attack against our freedom. This war is an attack against all the values of rule-based international order. I'm glad that we are gathered here because this conference also shows that we don't forget what's happening in Ukraine. We don't forget what children like Sasha from Odessa or Bogdan from Bakhmut are going through. And we don't forget the children that we are abducted by Russia from Ukraine, from their homeland. I think we have to work together in our parliaments and together in our societies. I think this is the main thing we have to do now. And I'm looking forward for our further discussions. And let me say on this stage, Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Ms. Göring-Eckardt, for your insight and for your opening remarks. Ms. Mezentsev, you are a very active member of Ukrainian parliament, and not only domestically, but internationally. And as we have heard already from Ms. Kalina Lukashevitsa, the issue of parliamentary diplomacy is important here. From your own perspective, in the last 2 years, where do you see the biggest achievements of parliamentary diplomacy in raising awareness and ensuring accountability of Russia when it comes to deportation of kids from Ukraine?
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who remains with us here offline, and greetings to everyone who's online, and I'm sure this conference will be outreach into the world. I wouldn't underestimate or overestimate the parliamentary dimension, but from day one, since we voted on martial law at 7:05 a.m. on the 24th of February 2022, I went straight to my apartment in Kiev, to the basement, trying to think over what parliamentarians can do immediately. And indeed, some days it was mentioned that Council of Europe can't do much. This organization usually mixed up with the European Council. By the way, we're thankful to European Council for voting all 27 to support Ukraine's economy and reconstruction for 50 billion euros granted today for the next 3 years. So we can maintain and survive. So the Council of Europe celebrates 75 years this year. It's one of the most prominent institutions, I would say, since this 2 years to stand up for human rights and, of course, accountability. We addressed several important issues, and I would name them, all three. First is the initial nature of all these mass war crimes, including crimes of deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia and Belarus. And this reason is the mother crime of all, and this is the crime of aggression. With President and many others, we can have philosophical tea time on that, but all international lawyers agree ICC cannot deal with that. That's why we call on International Tribunal as a separate institution to be established. And I believe Council of Europe will play a decisive role. Just today, right now, as we sit here, London hosts a conference on that. Why it is important? Because there might be other aggressors in the world who potentially think they can kill, they can rape, they can steal, they can invade other lands. We have to prevent it. And Putin and his gang doesn't like it at all. As well as ICC puts a very great standby to international law and the commitments, where it issued in March last year a warrant on this specific case, the deportation of Ukrainian children to Putin and Lvova Belova. But we think there are more, and we know after viewing the movies and hearing Yale's research that there are many more people involved who are high and top officials of Russian Federation. Point number 2, this is itself the deportation of Ukrainian children. And we don't think, we know, this reads black and white. This is a genocide. This mass deportation doesn't have a genocidal nature. It is a genocide, even though our 2 resolutions refer to that already. And number 3, friends, reparations, compensations. We don't talk only about the mass shellings which occur in my home city, Kharkiv, daily basis, after which, as First Lady referred, Kira and her mom, Vitalina, died last week in Kharkiv. They are friends of mine, and we made the funeral just last week. This is terrible. There is not even one child or adult who deserves such death. That's why we can talk for hours. We can assess the accountability of different international partners. We call on ICRC, International Red Cross, to act more. We call on UNICEF. We call on everyone who have this in their mandate already today, not to invent the bicycle. You have seen the movies, you have seen the witnesses, you have seen children who have now difficulties to express themselves, who have difficulties to sleep at night. I know I'm referring to emotional, but there is rational part. This year is crucial, friends. There are more than 30 countries in the world going through elections. There will be local challenges, global challenges, but we have to react to this today, because other states and aggressor would think the impunity can't exist. So I think parliamentary diplomacy in general is crucial, and it comes from the grassroots of democracy, of human rights, because people elect their representatives and they make decisions. I think we have proven that we can be capable, we can be reactive and proactive, and the amount of the visits, there were more than 700 delegations just during 2022. I've lost the count how many of great members of different parliaments arrived to Bucha, Irpin, Izum, Kharkiv, Odessa, other places, and I do believe they will be able to arrive in Mariupol on the day of liberation. That's why today we call on all the partners, not only parliamentarians, but also every one of you, dear friends. Everyone is asking what can be done. Even one tweet would help. And I do think that the instrument is the personal story. I do think the instrument is emotion. However, our great representative from prosecutor's office will tell you more. We have to deal today with more than 125,000 war crimes, but the essence of it was the aggression. We will bring, I believe, and my t-shirt says believe, because I believe that impossible was made possible by also parliamentary diplomacy. I believe everyone will get back, including my relative who's missing, whereas it's a reversal story. His son is waiting for him. So there are many, many other things that we can address here, but I prefer to act than to talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mizentsev. And I think if I had the liberty to extend a bit, I think we all are looking forward being able to visit not only Mariupol, but also Donetsk, Luhansk, and Simferopol, of course. So I think this is something what we're deeply committed to. Now, Ms. Homenko, Council of Europe was mentioned here a number of times, Parliamentary Assembly in particular. And one of the special things that happened is the special committee on Ukrainian children that was established. Can you explain what is so different about this particular platform from any other existing bodies? Why does it matter to have this particular committee within the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe?
Dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you for having us here today. And I just would like to highlight that our activity, the members of the Parliamentary Assembly, is proving that it can be quite productive. And Parliamentary Assembly unites 46 countries. With regard to deported children, it has adopted 2 resolutions, and the special committee was established, the platform for cooperation and coordination of all our efforts of our friends, together with Ukraine, in our endeavor to return Ukrainian children. So this is a great platform, and the Assembly is a leader. I can admit, I can name this organization as a leader among other organizations because in the domains of human rights and the rule of law, because it takes decisive and strong steps. One of them, as Maria mentioned, that naming deportation of Ukrainian kids as a possible crime of genocide. And the first resolution was adopted a year ago, and then there was a reaffirmation in the last resolution adopted last week. Also, there was mentioning of involvement of Belarus in those crimes. So we are inviting other organizations to follow this example, and also other national parliaments to follow the example of Latvian parliament, for example, that adopted the statement, the resolution on deported children. So this is a significant step, and the emergence of new political recognitions of the fact of committed genocide will spur the legal investigation of this crime. And also the second way is the initiative of member states. Like I mentioned Latvia example already. So we actively encourage our friends, our parliamentarians, fellow parliamentarians to act. And in my capacity as a rapporteur on the resolution on Ukrainian children that we have adopted last week, and also most importantly, the follow-up rapporteur, allows me to monitor and facilitate the implementation of resolutions recommendations. The document proposes specific steps in terms of ensuring awareness and accountability. So among the steps are harmonization of the sanctions policies against those involved into deportation, counteracting the participation of journalists and officials in Russia's propaganda campaigns, cooperation with Ukrainian authorities, helping Ukrainian NGOs, putting pressure on Russia, and the Assembly is playing a facilitating role for international organizations so that they would use their relevant mandates and determine the most rapid means to identify and facilitate the effective search of children. So these are realistic measures. And the Council of Europe, and specifically the Special Committee on the situation of Ukrainian children, are really strong and effective platforms in this regard.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Susenko, we have just heard now many steps and efforts done on the stage of awareness. And of course, on the top of that, parliaments around the world, they adopt laws so that are intrinsically connected to ensuring accountability. But on the side of the Office of Prosecutor General, we heard the figure many times today and the day before, yesterday and earlier, 19,500 children, according to the figures of Ukrainian officials, are, at least that number is deported. But can you give us a little bit more detail on the investigations and the way how investigations are run by the Office of Prosecutor General in Ukraine, as much as you, of course, can share with us, because I guess it's a sensitive information.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, colleagues, dear friends, let me express my gratitude to be here and speak with you. Very important now to talk about accountability and about building justice for our country, and Ukrainians very appreciate it. I want to say that it's one unique situation in Ukraine when we can investigate war crimes, international crimes during the war. And I want to say that, of course, children suffering the most in armed conflict and in Ukraine also. At that moment, law enforcement agencies started criminal proceeding in 3,500 criminal cases by international crimes committed against children. It's killing, maiming, rape, and other forms of sexual violence, abduction, deportation, and others. And what I want to say that what our task as a prosecutor, of course, we should collect a comprehensive evidential base, first of all. And for me, as a prosecutor, very important to provide accountability. But as a Ukrainian citizen, for me and for all Ukrainians, very important to build justice. Because when we ask our survivors and victims, what do you want? They want, first of all, win, and the second, justice. Not money, not reparation, but they want justice. And what our task as Prosecutor General Office is provide investigations and documented war crimes on national level, because we understand that ICC have a specific mandate, and maybe more than 19% of all investigations of all war crimes, it will be in our national system, of justice. And what I want to emphasize that in our investigation process, in the case of forced deportation and unlawful displacement children, we cooperate not only with ICC and other international organizations, we cooperate with non-government organizations. It's very important for us because, for example, we heard in this audience Nathaniel Raymond, Yale University, and their report very important for us. And these reports and materials are part of our criminal cases. We collect everything because we don't know how much time we could spend for investigation. And now, for this time, we identify only 3 suspects who committed crimes against children. I say suspect because we need to think about objective investigation, and we need to think about evidence, first of all, if we want to have a judge decision. And these 3 suspects are 48 orphan children, for deportation, 48 orphan children from Kherson region. And one of them, what important to emphasize, it's a deputy of State Duma. It's a Russian citizen, very high-level political. And of course, when we investigate our criminal cases, we have a lot of challenges. And we know that it's not an easy process, but we couldn't stop, and we know how to do it. We should be united, first of all, and our acts should be united. And what I want to admit, Olena and Maria said about resolution of PASE, and what important in this resolution, that in this resolution we talk about 3 ways of qualification: war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. And Ukrainian prosecutors collect evidence for all possible qualification, but how we will qualificate our criminal cases and our suspects, we see in future, because we need to collect evidence, as I say. And what one more important things in this resolution, that we should be incorporate with international mechanism to do all what we need and what we can do for collecting evidence in the other countries where our victims, witnesses, and anyone who can collect evidence, we hope for this support, and it's very important for our case.
Thank you very much. There are so many questions I'd like to ask you all, and I realize that I have only 15 minutes to do so, so I'll try to make it possible. But still, Ms. Kalina Lukashevitsa, I'll try to ask you a yes or no question. What we've been seeing for recent years is that Latvia tried to expand its diplomatic and economic outreach also in the countries of Global South, for example, in Central Asia, in countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. We've seen from cases of deportation of kids that those countries in the Global South, they actually play an important role as mediators often. We hear about Qatar, we hear about the United Arab Emirates. Do you see potential in the countries within the Central Asian region perhaps to play a greater role in joining not only the international coalition for bringing kids back, but actually from practical standpoint in brokering more deals on bringing back kids back to Ukraine? Do you see potential for that from the experience of Latvia's policy in that part of the world?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's reassuring. Good, thank you.
May I
of course,
explain?
Please elaborate. Yes.
And actually, thank you for this brilliant question. And indeed, I think nowadays, especially if we talk about the information or social networks, we talk usually about the bubbles.
Exactly.
But I think we can use this analogy if we talk about countries. So we sometimes tend to live in bubbles of allies or regional groupings. And it means that we need to engage with our societies to try to reach different bubbles, and we need to engage with all countries trying to reach their regional bubbles. It means also Central Asia. And there are a lot of possible points, and I believe that exactly this matter of deported children is something that can open doors for engaging, for example, with Central Asia countries. And they could also help to get through to Russia concerning this issue. But allow me to mention another aspect, and it's the question of diasporas of our countries. There is many Ukrainians, many Armenians, many even Latvians living or in Central Asia or even still in Russia. And they could become those people who ask questions, share the information. But also today during the panel with the children, what we learned that those children who managed to get out the information where they are, those children were saved. So it means that the minorities in Russia, and I really believe that the Latvians living there, the Ukrainians still living there, the others still living there, could try to find these children and then try to give the information that there is a girl, there is a boy living in this village, being adopted by a Russian soldier family, and by that really helping those children to be saved. So it goes also for all the nations from Central Asia. Many of them travel regularly to Russia for work. So they can commute, they can bring the information, they can help to find those children. And just a quick reaction on the accountability. We also created the damage register, and somehow I think it was not mentioned in this panel. And if we talk about the damage register established during the Reykjavik summit and inaugurated here in Riga, we do not talk only about the bridges and hospitals and schools. We talk about the injuries of the people, of the losses of the people. And actually, every child who is brought to Russia in these circumstances, he's injured. And we also heard this story that a child in part of education gets only Russian language or culture without any mathematics or chemistry. So it means it's a loss for his future opportunities. And that should also be registered and calculated, because we will make Russia to pay for all the damages, including for bringing those children away from their families and country, and by that, injuring them. And that's a huge loss for them and for Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Ms. Göring-Eckardt a very practical question, if I may. We have learned during this conference also that the power of publicity, as kids were reiterating, the power of going out in public and articulating the demand to bring kids back is something that can actually help, can accelerate the process. Do you think that if members of the parliament, for example in Germany, took initiative to have a symbolic patronage of individual kids who are captivated by Russians, would that help? Would that be a powerful tool to articulate those individual stories? Or perhaps there could be some other practical steps that could be taken. What is your take on that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at first, Sander, thank you for your ideas and thank you for your statement on this. And yes, for me, the almost 20,000 children that have been unlawfully abducted by Russia deserve our special attention everywhere in the parliaments and everywhere in the society. A symbolic patronage could be one powerful tool to give a stage on the stories of the children of Ukraine, and I support it. I think tell about the stories, tell about the biographies is one of the main things what we can do. In Berlin, I have met with Daria Khashamchuk, the president advisor from Children's Right on Rehabilitation of Ukraine, who is also here on this conference. And I want to thank her for bringing this topic to the German parliament. Several of my colleagues have taken significant steps to raise awareness about Russia's abduction and children from Ukraine. Various events and discussions have been organized on this topic. To just give you one example, just in December last year, the Committee of Human Rights and Humanitarian Aid met with representatives of Ukrainian parliament to discuss this topic in detail. Looking ahead, it's important that we continue to maintain and expand our support for Ukraine, even if many other crises and conflicts demand our attention as well. That's the reality, but we have to stay strong on this issue, on this conflict, on this war against Ukraine. I will travel to Ukraine this month to make sure we don't forget what's happening in Ukraine and to get a personal impression of the situation at all. But one of main focuses on my trip will be the situation of children in Ukraine as well, and of adopted children too, in special.
That does truly matter. Ms. Mezentseva, if I asked you to mention two most common mistakes that the West is doing or is not understanding about how to bring kids back, what would you draw attention to? What are we doing wrong sometimes?
I think I would make it very short. It's just one thing. It's like thinking that we have a lot of time ahead. And First Lady referred to it. Friends, we don't have 55 years ahead, because calculation is simple. If we take 20,000, we think there are more, but 20,000 cases bringing each child per day, that would make it 55 years. It took us 90 years to say that Great Famine, Holodomor of 1930s, last century, was a genocide. We don't want, as I refer to your statement, justice delayed, justice denied approach. And the clock is ticking. Many people say I have black humor since full-scale invasion, but I think it's more my studies in UK which affected me. I do think there might not be tomorrow. Even my T-shirt says "Live today." You know, carpe diem. Carpe diem situation is for us a daily philosophy. So the more NGOs are involved, the better. The more active UNICEF and other international organizations, which are not government one, are active, the better. The more governments are talking in the coalition, and we know that tomorrow Canada is chairing it, the better. In this very hall in October, we had a security conference, and we also spoke about the idea of Latvia holding this international conference. Look where we are today. It was like a click. Did you feel this time since October? I didn't. I just know that there are more children who are back. We know that the efforts of the President's Office of Special Envoy, Madam Herasimchuk, and Office of Ombudsman, Mr. Lubinets, who, by the way, worked with us in the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly. And you know, all these efforts matter. And if you think, friends, that there are some mistakes you are not doing, that must be probably silence. And we are not accusing anyone. I just think that this tool, daily basis, one story, one small post on your Facebook, tweet, or whatever it's called, X platform, is a matter of fact. Blaming and shaming campaign for Russia is a must. We did it for the companies who didn't leave the market, because they were paying, you know, for the rockets that are shelling us irreversibly. Today, we have to say, governments, parliaments, people, we are not dealing with an aggressor, with a dictator. By the way, our resolution says that Putin is a dictator and Russia is a dictatorship. We are not dealing with those who are stealing children, because this is disgusting. I think it's a long answer, but the one point is short. Silence kills, and the non-action also kills. Yeah. These children are waiting for us. Yeah.
So illusion of time is something that we should be completely facing, you know, turning our faces away from. And Ms. Homenka, I wonder, now as we're talking about kids who are deported after February 24th, 2022, it's pretty much clear. But what are we going to do about everyone who was deported before that, from as early as 2014? Because someone who may have faced deportation at the age of 8 in 2014 now is actually an adult. They are 18 right now. Is there a way to address that, or it's completely gone right now?
This is a difficult question, and of course we're aware about these horrific practices Russia is applying, and we are aware about militarization, about indoctrination, about Russification of our children. And the problem is, the issue is that as parliamentarians, we can't go and we can't go to Russia and find those children. We don't know their whereabouts. We don't know the conditions they are in. But I believe that international organizations, humanitarian organizations with relevant mandate, they to mitigate. I would like to mitigate this. They are doing less than they could do, and we need to stop this practice of destroying Ukrainian identity in our children just by putting all efforts in their return to provide rehabilitation to them, and also to to search for rapid mechanism, legal mechanism, how to return them back. So unfortunately, Russia doesn't show any respect to international law. But what we can do, just consolidate our efforts as international community, and only this could stop and could help us to withstand these practices of Russia towards our children.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Ms. Osenko, to wrap up our discussion, and it was, I wanted to ask you something when you were explaining the whole scope of work that Prosecutor General's office is doing. I want to ask you, what are the two major challenges that you have with work? Is it about human resources, insufficient amount of prosecutors working on that? Is it about infrastructure? Is it about something else? What are the two major challenges that, and perhaps we can find a way to address them?
Thank you for this question. Of course, as I said, we have a lot of challenges, but many of them, and maybe it's one of the most important challenges, we have no access to the territory and to our children who were deported. And in this issue, Russia didn't say and didn't send any information to the international organization about our children. Now we know about, we have information about 19,500 children who were deported or unlawful transferred to Russian Federation and occupied territories, but we don't know exactly how many children were deported. And in this situation, it's very difficult for us to identify all children. Where is these children? And we know that Russia changed legislation to simplify and impose Russian citizenship to our children. Russia put our children in foster families, Russian families, I want to admit. And what's important to say that the process of indoctrination of children started from 2014 on Crimea and temporary occupied territory on Donetsk and Lugansk region. And this time, it's very big challenges for us because we lost our children every day. Some of them grown up, some of them adopted, and we don't know anything about the fate of these children. So first challenge is we have no access to the territory and to our children or other witnesses of this international crime. And the second one, time, because during the time we have no possibility to collect evidence more, maybe, I don't know, all conflicts, after all conflicts, war crimes investigated for a long time, but we think that in our situation we should do it just now. And we don't know to lose any evidence. It's very important for future accountability.
Thank you very much. This was a brilliant panel. I have personally learned a lot, so we definitely need to ensure a round of applause. And we're passing over the torch to the next part of the conference, and I guess we proceed that way. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is John Tully. I serve on this conference's steering committee and represent the American Chamber of Commerce in Latvia. As we conclude this impactful conference, I'm deeply moved by the unity and determination we've witnessed today. We've delved into the heart-wrenching reality of Ukrainian children taken by Russia, a crisis that has left families shattered and shocked our common human values. In every story shared, we felt the anguish of parents and children torn apart. But amidst the pain, there's a glimmer of hope, a hope fueled by the solidarity and support shown by each of you. I want to discuss my heartfelt gratitude and the incredible organizing team whose dedication made this event possible. Many of them generously volunteered their time and worked on a pro bono basis. To each and every one of you, I offer my deepest thanks, both personally and on behalf of all the organizers. To everyone who attended, your presence underscores the urgency and importance of ensuring the safe return of deported children and upholding international law. As we leave here today, let's carry the knowledge and insight shared during this conference to others. I'd like to emphasize what Maria said, that silence is really the worst thing we can do. We need to get out, get the word out. I've been talking to others during this conference, and I think it's such a shocking activities that Russia has been doing that almost people can't comprehend it, and they can't even understand how far it goes. The devastation it does to children, it's beyond comprehension, but that's a task we have to do, is to get this message out. People understand what's going on, and then I think we'll see a lot more public support, a lot more public interest, and hopefully that will really help us to change what's happening now. Now I would like to invite to the stage Daria Harasamchuk. Sorry.
Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. Wrapping up words, first of all, I would like to thank everybody who was organizing this very important conference. This is a great list of people, organizations who made it possible, but I would like to separately thank you, Mr. Levitz, for the possibility to implement this idea and make it real. Today, when the children left the scene, I asked them if they were satisfied with what happened. Vanya, who was appealing to you from the stage and explaining that he was helping, being in Russian captivity to unite with their relatives, said, how do you think, can I consider that I helped to 1,000 children? And I said, yes, you can, because I am convinced that you did. Everybody who thought today the voices of these children, their stories, they cannot force themselves to make look like it doesn't happen, doesn't exist, cannot spend some more time on thinking, what can we do? We don't have this time. Our children don't have this time. Ilia just mentioned that some of the children who were at the territories which were occupied since 2014, they grew up. And that time back in 2014, we didn't quite enough react to the atrocities of Russian government. No. Now you witness what we face. And if we don't react now the way it should be, it will continue, and not only in Ukraine. Let me repeat that I feel very sorry that our Ukrainian children understand the difference between peace and victory. They understand that peace is temporary, that these are some agreements, some compromises. So they want victory. They want Ukraine, with the help of all its friends and partners, to destroy the evil. Answering today, the journalists are answering the question whether I wish death to Russians, whether I wish Russian children to die. I said, no, I do not Russians to be dead, but I I wish utopic thing. I understand this is utopia, but in one instant moment, all of them, in each distant village, in each place, area of Russian Federation, all of a sudden they understand what they have done, what they have committed. Absolutely sincerely what they have committed, because you cannot live with this. I hope that by the end of his days, they will live with total understanding of what they have committed, be responsible for their commitment deeds, and all their predecessors will respond. And I wish that the voices of the children, which government of Russia tries to steal, because they are the witness, all world will hear. And please continue sharing their stories. That's why they were talking to you today. Please tell their stories today. Tell who they are, what they dream about. I understand that it's very difficult to talk about the grief of the child, because this is our fault. We are responsible for the grief of our children. But children are happiness. I'm not ready to lose this happiness, and I'm assured that you are not ready as well. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you that your hearts respond, and each of you just not only says but also acts, because we don't have time. Glory to Ukraine.
Now I would like to invite to the stage our patron and great specialist in this case, Egils Levits.
The participants of the conference, we have today in the conference the focus on a specific aspect of the Russian war against Ukraine. As a deputy of the parliament said rightly, and we have discussed this many times, the crime of the crime is a war of aggression. But this is a very specific part of the war of aggression against Ukraine. Specific part because it's directed against the most vulnerable part of the population, against children. This is one reason. And the second reason is that exact this war against the children, it seems that fulfills the Convention of Genocide, also the crime of genocide. In the first panel, we have heard that it is very important for the victims in general, but also, of course, for the children here, that the crime is recognized as crime, recognized. And second, that they are not forgotten. And our conference has fulfilled the both tasks. We have seen that it is a crime, we have discussed it, and also it is a part of the continuous effort not to forget the most vulnerable victims. The task of the conference, the goal of the conference is to raise awareness on this crime of genocide against children, political awareness, because it is necessary to maintain and increase the political pressure against Russia in different manner, in different ways, and we have discussed these different ways. And second is also to maintain and to increase the system of responsibility for the perpetrators, even if it is not possible by many of them to be tried immediately, but it is for principal reasons, for political reasons and for legal reasons, for the reason to maintain the level, already reached level of international law, to maintain such legal infrastructure and do what it is possible legally already now. We have heard there are investigations. We have not judgments yet, but it could be later. But we have done a part, at least, of the preparatory work. I think this conference is part of the ongoing efforts to help Ukraine in political and, of course, also legal way. And I would like to thank all the participants, thank the speakers, to thank our Ukrainian guests and other guests from abroad, and the organizers and the sponsor of our conference. Thank you very much, and we will continue our efforts till the victory. Thank you.